VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country.
Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team preview. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadine Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Bassi.
Welcome to another preview of VPL5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament. Yes, and good for all of you, as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I can remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yeah, so let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balancing the team. compared to last year? What do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. And, you know, the leader of the team, Asif Hooper, you know, he's the one who really, you know, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He would have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes, because Asif is a very emotional player. You know, as we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, you know, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you know, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, you know, that's something that, you know, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. You know, he has played so much cricket, and you know, he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And you know, there needs some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5.
Well, I think it's time enough that the Divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, you know, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be Divers, yeah.
Who knows? If there's the point where you call, where do you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Ken Roy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the Divers team, just a little bit concerned today. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off-spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and BB, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios, different aspect of the game, up front, in the middle. Who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the Divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Ken Roy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But their batting, Walton and Hooper, will be very, very important to this team in their batting. They are the ones who are most likely to be at the start. They are the ones who will give the team that start that they need, that solid base. And if they get a solid start in most of their games, then they'll be very destructive, because we have seen that they have a very destructive back end in terms of the all-rounders that they have. All these all-rounders are big hitters, massive hitters of the ball. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. And Richie Richards has played some very useful innings for them in previous editions as well. So it basically shows that they have that firepower at the end. But the firepower at the end would need a good start, because what will happen is that if they lose wickets quickly or in a clump or cluster up front, then you know it will be very important for Thomas and Ryshawn Williams, who would be, you know, that connection between the top and the middle, to then be able to you know, guide the team towards the end, so that the others, the big hitters at the end, can go really hard in the last few overs.
Indeed. That period between 5 and 8 overs for this team would be critically important, whether bowling or batting.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 8 overs. They need to get that part of the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Vincent Stapleton as well. I know that he's a player that can hit me miles. So
very powerful batsman.
They'll look to in that middle order, maybe around that 5 to 8 period, for coming in and assisting, depending on how the top order goes.
Right. You see, that's the thing you don't want. You don't want to put too much pressure on the top half, and you don't want to put too much pressure on the lower half to do too much work.
And the top half needs to have freedom.
Exactly.
They need to know that they can rely on players that's coming. So that might be a question for them as well on this tournament. If the top half goes, who do we have at the back end?
Right. Yeah. So that was that critical period.
Yeah, because most of them they play in one way. Brown, Stapleton, Straw.
Right.
They're hitters, but you're not going to expect them to knock it around for a while if they're in trouble and then get the team going again. They will go hard. If they get through, then it will be very good for the team. But if they don't, then all of a sudden they're into the lower order very quickly. And so that is something that they have to bear in mind and get that approach right, measure that approach right in terms of their batting lineup.
Actually, that has been the problem with this team. They don't have that comeback power. Whenever things go bad up front, this team tends to collapse. And there's nobody coming back from the back end. So that is the area that they need to work at in this tournament.
Agreed. And we've mentioned a lot of names today, a lot of names. We've mentioned a lot of names, Benetton, Chadwick. But who is the key player in this team? Who do we think is going to make the most impact in this tournament for the Grenadines Divers? Over the years, as if who plays with it sort of turned to. But for me, I think with the addition of Wesley Straw, I think he's a good addition to this team. So for me, he is the impact player. In BPL1, I mean, it's something to mention. He has only played 2 tournaments. He has only played 2 editions of BPL. In BPL1, he was the highest wicket taker. And in BPL4, he was second behind Ryan Williams for the Hikers. So I think he will be the key player with the ball for them. He's a smart bowler. He knows how to bowl in these circumstances. Yeah. So I think he is the key man for them in this. What about you, others?
Well, just to say something about Straw, I mean, something he has been doing for his entire career, because I remember him as a schoolboy when at Georgetown Secondary School. And it was a similar role. He was never a quick bowler, so he was never one to open the bowler or anything like that. But he was always able to get variations and to bowl those slower deliveries. And because he himself is a very aggressive batsman, he has the ability, when the batsmen are being aggressive at that point in the game, to kind of have an idea of what they will be trying to achieve and to combat that.
It's just to mention, 2 tournaments, he's only played in 2 editions, and he has 24 wickets. Yeah. So that says a lot about the way he bowls in the tournament.
Well, for me, I have Chadwick as my impact player. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I know he hasn't been playing a lot of cricket in recent times. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because quality is quality. And so he has played 182 matches. He has 3,456 runs, a highest score in T20 of 99 not out. So he just missed 100 and a strike rate of 124.22, which may not seem very high. But he is a very, very effective batsman, both against pace and spin. So that's something that is very important. And Chadwick is also a very astute cricketer in terms of the way that he thinks about the game. We all remember what happened a few years ago in the CPL when Keswick dismissed him. And of course, Keswick had the notebook celebration at the time. And every time Chadwick was able to hit him in that next innings, he just kept ticking off, page after page. And he's that type of individual as well. He will think about what he's going to do, not just in terms of his approach on the field, but if there is something else that is happening within the cricket that people want to see as entertainment, then he will be thinking about how he can get involved in that as well. A good jovial player as well.
Well, my impact player for this tournament, for this team, would be Benetton Stapleton. Stapleton has played for Breakers. I think he played for Hikers as well.
Yes, he played in Hikers.
Right, and he have been given several roles, whether to come in, hit the ball, whether to bowl the last over. I could remember him bowling the last over in the finals, and they won the game. And he would be very important for them at the back end. So he could make a very big impact in this tournament and for this team, Benetton Stapleton.
Apart from Chadwick, they also have another active player, right, Sean Williams.
Yeah.
Adam said you can do this because of why Sean at the past no what they can from him in the tournament?
I'm quite sure when he's a batsman, Barbadian. And as I said before, it was very difficult to get the stats on the Barbadian players on their side. Just to say that, he will have a very key role in this because he's likely to be batting in the mid order. And he'll be that connection between Hooper and Walton at the top. And then you'll have those big hitters at the end who we mentioned before, Stapleton, Brown, Straw, and so on. So he would have a very key role to play. And with his experience, you'd have to know how to navigate so that the team is in a position where they have that launching pad towards up the end of the innings.
Yeah, cool. Last place, last year, best finish fit. Do you think they've done enough to get into the playoffs? Who knows? Maybe even champion. Where do you see them finishing, Keroy?
Divers coming up for air. I think I see Divers within the first 4, really. Chadwick, Walton, Hooper, Stapleton, Straw, Brown. They need to get their team from that position to the one that I'm talking about. They could qualify for the second one.
I will just say that every team in this tournament has the ability to get into the playoff. But I mean, you have to hang yourself and put yourself out there on a limb and choose a team that can get into the playoffs. I would say that this team, it will be very heavily dependent on the performance of Hooper, and I will say as well Walton.
Yeah.
If these 2 players have very good tournaments, especially from the inception of the tournament, then they will get into the playoffs. But if for some reason these 2 do not strike, then it will leave too much, I think, on the lower order where you have all that power to do most of the heavy lifting. So that's what I would say. So I'm putting them so far. I'm leaving them out of the playoffs so far.
So another bottom bidder.
No. So the Divers are coming up for air this year? No air for the Divers?
And of course, I'm saying all of this to say before ball is born, because after a game or two, if the 2 of them are in very good form, it might be able just to say, that they're looking good.
All right, well, I'll have to dissect there with regards to the Grenadines Divers, but that concludes our team preview on the Grenadines Divers. Just a reminder, there'll be a preview on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And you cannot miss the action. It begins on April 10th to the 23rd. So see you there.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to day 1 of the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Our Way. We are bringing live action to you from the Arnorsville playing field in the resplendent multi-island Caribbean nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll be having 2 games each day except on April 14th and the 19th when we'll have 3 games. So those are days to look forward to, of course. And we will get to today's game shortly. But before we do that, I am Alanson Cruikshank, and we're about to get going here today. And of course, just want to let you know that this is version 5 of the Vincent Premier League. We have had 4 editions so far. And in the most recent edition of the VPL, which was held in March in 2022, the Lassufre Hikers lifted the trophy for the 3rd consecutive time. We can truly say that they have built up a dynasty over the first 4 editions, being finalists in the first and champions in the other 3. Can one of the other 5 teams dethrone them this VPL? We'll watch and see. Today we have 2 exhilarating games in store for you. The first will be between the Salt Pond Breakers and the Grenadines Divers. And the second game will feature the 2 finalists from VPL4, the Lassufre Hikers, defending champions, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So for the time being, we'll concentrate on game 1, where the Salt Pond Breakers will be playing against the Grenadines Divers. The Breakers were rolling along merrily in VPL4 until a blunder cost them a place in the playoff, or in the final, I should say, in that competition. This year, they will be aiming for a repeat in VPL1 when they won the tournament and they lifted that coveted trophy. And the best way for them to do so will be to start off with a win. However, the Grenadines Divers will have other ideas and will want to put their past performances behind them as they look to lift the trophy for the first time in this edition of the VPL. But before I go further into analyzing the two teams, just to say that there are some changes and some new introductions to VPL5. Firstly, and most importantly, the winner of the VPL will receive $30,000, and they will also be winning the Irvin Warwican Cup. The late Irvin Warwican, he was the coach for the Hikers in the first 4 editions that they won. Long-standing coach, former national player, former Windward Islands player, has been very instrumental in the development of even us. A lot of these players were playing in this tournament for the various teams and many others before them. So good gesture there from the Cricket Association and from those at the helm of VPL to name the cup after Mr. Irvin Warwican, who passed away in the period between VPL4 and VPL5. The second place team will be awarded $10,000. So $30,000 and the Irvin Warwican Cup for the winner, and the second place team will get $10,000. Now for the individual prizes, the first will be the Dream 11 VPL MVP, so the player of the tournament, you could say, the MVP, the most valuable player for the Dream 11 VPL5. They will get an award known as the Dream 11 VPL MVP and $1,000. So $1,000 will go to the MVP. And for the most wickets, the person, those of you who are very familiar with the IPL, you will know that you have an orange cap and you have a purple cap. The orange cap is usually for the person who has the most runs, and then the most wickets will wear the purple cap. But in the VPL, we have the orange cap and the blue cap. So the Sandals orange cap will go to the person who has the most wickets. And what would happen is that there will be orange caps in each team. So persons will wear the orange cap after the first round of games today. So you'd expect to see that from tomorrow. So you'll know which team, which individual has the orange cap. And of course, which individual has the Sandals blue cap as well, which would be the person who has the most runs. And at the end of the tournament, each of these individuals would receive $500. There's also the Play 4 Ball Blazer, complements the National Lotteries Association, and that goes to the person who has the highest strike rate in the tournament with a minimum of 100 runs. So as soon as somebody passes 100 runs, somebody will start wearing that Play 4 Ball Blazer, Ball Blazer moniker, and that would be Play 4 Ball Blazer. At the end of the tournament, the person who has the highest strike rate, as long as they have 100 runs or more, will receive $500. For the bowlers, there is the 3D Mr. Economy. That's the bowler who has the lowest economy rate in the tournament with a minimum of 50 balls delivered. $500 will go to that individual who wins that. And then you have the Vitamalt Maximizer. This individual will be the person who hits the most sixes in the tournament, and they will get $250. Then you have the High Rune Bucket Hands. That will be the person with the most catches. I don't think it will include the wicket keepers, so I think it will be an outfielder. So that's $250. Then you have the Island Sips Golden Grab, which will be the catch of the tournament, which will be awarded to the person who does that, and they will get $200. And finally, the first national man of the match, this will be for each game. The man of the match will get $200 for each game, in addition to, of course, the other remuneration that they will get outside of that. So just to go over those prizes again, the team prizes, the winner of the tournament will get the Irvin Warwican Cup and $30,000. The second place finisher will get $10,000. And for the individual prizes, the Dream 11 VPL of the MVP for the entire tournament will get $1,000. The person who wins the Sanders orange cap, which will be the person who has the most wickets, will get $500. And the person who wins the Sandals blue cap will get $500, and that will be for the most runs. So the blue cap will be for the runs, the orange cap will be for the wickets. Just to be clear on that. And the play for ball blazer will get $500. That's at the end of the tournament. Somebody who has at least 100 runs and has the highest strike rate as a batsman. And then the bowler who has the lowest economy rate will win the 3D Mr. Economy. And this bowler has to have bowled at least 50 balls in the tournament. They will get $500 as well. The person who hits the most sixes, the Vitamalt Maximizer, that will be what they will win. And they will get $250 as well. And the Hyrule Bucket Hands, that will be the person who takes the most catches, they will get $250. The Island Sips, that's Island Sips Golden Grab, that will be the catch of the tournament. That person will win $200. And finally, the first national man of the match, they will win $200. So quite a few awards, prizes up for grabs here in VPL5, more than we have ever seen in any previous edition. And I think that is testament to the support that has been drummed up for the competition and the sponsorship. And we just want to say kudos to all our sponsors and for coming on board in various ways during this tournament. And we are very grateful for that, of course. Now, the two teams that we're playing first today are the Breakers and the Grenadines Divers. There are some key players to watch as we get ready for the toss in a while, but in the meantime, there are some key players to watch, and we will have those for you shortly. And as we take a break, when we come back, we will have Miss Stacey and Adams who will bring for us the toss.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
In their Grenadine Divers and Sunil Ambrose, we have Mr. Selwyn Allen, who's the match referee. He will oversee proceedings, and Asif Hooper of Grenadine Divers, he has the coin. The call is still by Sunil Ambrose, and it's heads. Asif Hooper wins the toss. Asif, a moment, please. What's your decision at the toss this morning, and why?
I'm going to have a bowl first. The wicket look like you have some moisture in it, and that's why my bowlers to come and execute, and hopefully we can restrict them to a low total as possible. Bowlers to come and execute, and hopefully we can restrict them to a low total as possible.
All right, that's good. You were unfortunately last year. What is the key element that you identify that can sort of take you up that table this year?
I mean, the energy this year is different. We don't want to delve too much on the negative part of it. Last year was last year. This year we come in a bit harder, and we just need to enjoy the cricket, and hopefully the result will come our way.
All right, well said. All the best. Sunil Ambris. Unfortunately, you lost the toss. What would have been your decision this morning?
I would have bowled first. It's a fresh wicket. Started the tournament, I would have wanted to see what's happening with it. But having said that, it looks a decent wicket. So we're going to look to put a decent score on the board and defend it in the back end.
All right, well, all the best to you, Sunil. Welcome back also. I know your team missed you. So welcome back and all the best to your team.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. The toss was won by Asif Hooper of the Grenadines Divers, and they are going to have a bowl first.
Stacey, and there you have it. The Grenadines Divers, they have won the toss. They're going to bowl. And just to give you the playing 11 for the Grenadines Divers, and of course they have inserted the salt pond breakers, so I'll get to their playing 11 shortly. So the Grenadines Divers playing 11, captain Asif Hooper, and you have Chadwick Walton, Cosmos Haksha, who is the wicketkeeper. Then we have Dean Brown, Cody Horn, Westwick Straw, Ryshawn Williams, Jaron Wiley, Antonio Barker, and Richie Richards. So let me go over that again. Asif Hooper, captain, Chadwick Walton, Cosmos Haksha, Dean Brown, Cody Horn, Kobe Dabrio, Westwick Straw, Ryshawn Williams, Jaron Wiley, Antonio Barker, and Richie Richards. So that's the team for the Grenadines Divers this afternoon, if you're here in St. Vincent in our time zone. And then you have the Grenadines, the Salt Pond Breakers, and the captain, of course, Sunil Ambris. Then we have Jomel Warrican, West Indies left arm spinner, Kadim Aline, Ryan John, Rashid Fredericks, Jeremy Lane, Kader Ned, Sion Sween, Luke Wilson, Devane Warner, and Dillon Johnson. That's the starting 11 for the Salt Pond Breakers. Sunil Ambris captain, Jomel Warrican, Kadim Aline, Ryan John, Rashid Fredericks, Jeremy Lane, Kader Ned, Sion Sween, Luke Wilson, Devane Warner, and Dillon Johnson. Now there are some very key players here to watch just before we take a break and come back with live action. We just want to delve a little bit deeper into the teams. There are some key players to watch. For the Breakers, of course, captain Sunil Ambris. He has 29 matches in the VPL, 800 runs. Of course, he's a player with West Indies experience as well. High score of 75 in the VPL, an average of 33.33, strike rate of 175 with 650s. And he also has 26 wickets in his 29 matches. The best bowling in an innings of 3 wickets for 4 runs. And then there's also Kadim Aline. He did extremely well in the last edition. He got, which was his first for the Salt Pond Breakers. He got 9 wickets in the 10 games that he played. The best figures of 2 for 7, an average of 17.11, economy rate of 9.06, and he scored 207 runs at an average of 25.88 at a strike rate, which is very important. His strike rate was quite high at 189.91. So he'll be looking forward to a good tournament here again. This time around, but there are several players to watch. Of course, there's Ryan John as well in the team, Windward Islands all-rounder. There's Jomel Warrican, West Indies left-arm spinner. You know, so many other players to look out for, of course. And in terms of the divers, we have Asif Hooper as the captain, of course. He has played 39 matches in the VPL, has 745 runs, and has taken 27 wickets in his 39 matches. He has an economy of 7.16 with the ball. And he has a high score of 67 with the bat as well. So he has been an all-rounder of note in the VPL so far. Westwick Straw, with only 2 editions of the VPL, 20 matches, 24 wickets. So he has been a wicket taker, especially at the death. He was in leading wicket taker in the competition, the very first edition of the VPL when he was playing for the Salt Pond Breakers at that time. So here he's playing against his old team. So that could be extra and added motivation for him. He has 295 runs, as well in the tournament, and so that's an interesting one there for Westwick Straw. Let's see how he goes in this edition. Of course, the Divers have former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Chadwick Walton. He has 182 2020 matches, 3,456 runs, a highest score of 99 not out, an average of 22.58, and 14 half centuries in 2020s all around the world, having played in all those franchise leagues, and of course a few games for the West Indies as well. So a lot to look forward here in VPL 5. And of course, this is just the first fixture. So we'll see how it goes. And we'll be back with you for live action here in VPL 5 with the first game between the Sorbonne Breakers and the Grenadines Divers. Remember, it's Dream 11 VPL 5. Cricket our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team preview. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadines Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams and we are having a look at the Sorbonne Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We are here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashid Fedhix, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the Salt Pond Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year. And also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL. And he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat and a lot of their batters can bowl. So sometimes it's hard to tell, whether it's a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but that's a debate that we can have later. But it's a good all-round team, in my opinion.
As captain for the Breakers, and welcome back to Jeremy Lane as well, who was a key player in them winning that first inaugural tournament, and also Ryan John in the middle. We also have a newcomer, Rashid Fedricks, who have been very effective for other teams in this tournament. Strikers, he's now with them, so that adds some strength to them as well, and he's a very good batter and fielder. So the Salt Pond Breakers, they are a very good all-round team on paper. They are a very competitive team. Compared to the last one, I think that they're very much balanced.
All right, well, we selected a best 11 for this squad. Can you give us some insight into the batting?
Well, the 11 that we selected, we have, of course, Sunil opening the batting. You want him to get as many of the 10 overs as possible. With Kadenet, they have forged a useful partnership in the past, and I think they understand what each other is doing. And then there's a right and left hand combination, which is important to throw the bowlers off just a little bit. Aline at number 3 was very effective in the last tournament. Got some man of the match awards. Ricardo Williams, hard-hitting batsman. He has played a role for them in various tournaments. Ryan John out of Grenada, all-round the former West Indies under-19 player. Sween the keeper. And as you go down the list, as we go over to the bowlers, you'll see that everybody really can bat. So, that this is a team where, you haven't really gone through them until you have gotten them maybe 10 now.
And in respect of the bowling, I must mention Warrican up front.
Yeah.
He's key to them. He can bowl up front, he can bowl in the back, he can bowl in the middle. He's key to them also. We have Lane coming back, very good depth bowler. Jansu, very experienced. Fedricks coming in, he moves a new ball very well, and he could do that in the back end as well. So they're bowling with Ryan John as a fast bowler, bowling the new ball or the back end again. They are a very, very good bowling unit. So look forward to some good bowling, tight bowling from this team as well.
And the pace of Kamali Williams, exactly, has been effective in some of the tournaments thus far.
Right.
We mentioned that they just narrowly missed out on the finals last year. No fault to the batting or bowling, really. It was really a misfield that allowed the Botanical Gardens Rangers to make their way to finals in the last.
So Ned and Ambris, back to the old guard.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field here for Dream 11 VPL5. We are about to get things rolling here on day 1. In game number 1, the Salt Pond Breakers versus the Grenadines Divers. With me here in the commentary box is former national cricketer Mr. Kenroy Martin. Good morning to you, Kenroy.
Good morning, Alanson, and welcome to VPL 5.0. We are here at Annisville where the sun is out in all its glory, and we are having T10 cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dream 11, this is where we're at, and it's a wonderful day for cricket.
So opening the bowling will be Captain Asif Hooper. He'll be bowling to Kader Ned. The openers for the breakers are Ned and his captain Sunil Ambrose. So we're about to get things on the way here. Fine sunshine bathing the Annisville playing field on this Easter Monday. As they would say, a lovely day for cricket.
Indeed it is. And the teams are well decked out in their uniforms. Saltpan breakers in the yellow and blue. Divers always blue and white. They are decked in their uniforms. The umpires in a bright pink. Today, you could not miss them. You know, and the field is looking lovely. The sun is out, and I'm telling you, the breeze is blowing across the ground nicely. A good day for cricket, a good day for the start of VPL 5.0.
So here's Hooper. Remember, this is the power play 4 overs. Only 2 are allowed outside of the ring, and the 2 are long on and a deep mid wicket, rather square. And that's a lovely delivery there. That's a peel for caught behind. Not out says umpire Graves. Or was it stumping? Seems as if he was going for a few different things there. But that was a very good delivery from Hooper. It seemed to leave the batsman with the breeze. So going against his natural spin.
Well, a good start there for skipper Hooper. Pitching the ball just on the off stump. Ned came forward and it beat him into the keeper's glove, a loud appeal. So a good start for him, a sort of shaky start for Ned, from the Ned that we normally know. This one again, outside the off stump. Good start here by Asif. Good cricket so far.
Looking at the field, we ring of 5 on the offside. This one is full. He's swinging away, but beaten there, looking to hit that one beyond the man at mid wicket. It's a good start so far from Hooper.
It is, man. Just to remind you that this batting pair has scored a lot of runs for the Saltpan Breakers over the previous tournaments. So they are back into their normal things with Ambrose and Kader Ned.
Looks like he's favouring that one where he's getting the breeze that blows across. So just have a seam up delivery that leaves the left hander, which is very effective.
Well, the ball is pretty much new, and it would not spin as much as it would normally do when it's older. So it's just hitting the seam and just keeping its line.
And he's down the wicket, goes over the man at long on. That's a big shot there from Ned. He was having no more of it. And then he just said, well, you know, you beat me twice, I'm going to beat you this once.
Well, that's the Kader Ned we know. He was beaten on a previous occasion, and he came down the wicket this time and struck that one over mid on into the fence for 6. The first VPL 6, the first 6 for the innings, and the first runs being scored here in VPL 5.0.
He's down the wicket again, this time a quick single, safely taken. So that was the first Vitamalt maximum, you would say, for this VPL. So he opens his account as a contender for the Vitamalt Maximizer. Remember, the batsman who hits the most 6s in the tournament will win that competition, the Vitamalt Maximizer crown.
Well, there are several prizes to be won this year, and it's increasing this year. The first Vitamalt 6 have been hit by Kader Ned. The first over has been bowled by Asif Hooper. So that brings Ned back on strike here for the second over in this power play. And Sunil Ambrose is just willing to stay at the other end and look at Ned as the game goes on here at Annisville. First game in this VPL 5.0, this edition, a good start so far.
So after 1 over, it's 7 without loss. Ryshawn Williams, his first VPL match, he'll be bowling from the backway end. He'll be bowling to Ned, who I'm confident will be using more or less the same approach that he adopted in the first over. So 2 left-arm spinners opening the bowling. Williams, a fairly tall bowler. But I'm thinking here that Ned will be aiming for the mid-wicket long-on region, his favourite area. And he's dropped. Oh my, that was a sitter to the man there at cover point. It went straight to him. Obi Dabrio. And he'll be very disappointed at dropping that one. That was a sitter. Kenroy.
Well, that was an easy catch there for the man at extra cover. That was Dabrio. He was struck with some power as well by Ned. But in terms of the level of cricket, that should have been taken. And these are the things that normally that used to hamper the Divers team, not taking these early opportunities.
And this one is driven down the ground. Should be cut off by the man at long on. Comes around now. Fires in a strong return. And so he has kept it down to 1 run. Looks like Dean Brown there, who was down at long on. But they'll be disappointed with that because Ned, he goes hard at the bowling, so he gives a chance. And if you don't really take your chances, then it can prove to be very costly because he will keep coming at you.
Well, how costly would this one be? It's left to be seen. That brings skipper Sunil Ambris into strike for his first delivery in this tournament.
And the feel is the same as it was for the left-hander. The flares out in the deep are the long-on fielder and the deep mid-wicket. But a bit straighter for the right-hander than the left-hander. Turn for a quick single to the man just out of square there on the onside. Dabrio feels clean this time. Hangs his head just a little bit as he walks around. You know, just a bit disappointed at that effort in the previous over. Well, after earlier delivering this over.
Well, he's a youngster just coming into the VPL side here for the Divers. His first game really. No, I think he played as a surprise.
This one is pulled forward a square, should go into the boundary. It's 4 runs. And as we said before, Ned will be aiming for that area just straight off mid-wicket, just wide off long on. That's his favorite area. And there he was again on the go.
Yes, a short delivery there by Williams, and Ned had no problems in dispatching that over his favorite area, mid-wicket, into the fence for 4. That carries the score to 13 without loss.
This one is looking to cut the edges. Oh my, really should have been gone there as well. What is happening here? What is happening here?
I think it's just the jitters. I think it's the jitters with the first game and so on. Men not committing themselves to taking catches, not looking for the opportunities. I think they're just trying to settle in. But those are 2 opportunities given there by Ned, and they really should have been taken here at this level. But unfortunately, they weren't taken, and Ned lives to fight again.
So that one was dropped on that occasion by Barker, number 88. Divers really need to get their head above water here now. Not a quick single taken. This one half an opportunity. Maybe a direct hit would have seen Kadenet short of his ground. But after 2 overs, it's 15 without loss, the Saltpond Breakers.
Well, 2 good overs been bowled by Saltpond Breakers. Should have gotten themselves a wicket at least. That wicket of Ned. Unfortunately, they did not take those opportunities. But Ned is still there. He's still there with Sunil Ambris is on 13 from 10 and Ambris is 2 from 2. Just taking things nice and slow as we see another change in the bowling here for the Divers. Brown now takes the attack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to skipper Ambris. But a rather shaky start here for the Divers, Allison.
Yes, 2 early opportunities there for them to dismiss Kade and Ned. And they'll be hoping that they don't pay dearly for those.
Well, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. And there were some certainties. If you had taken those catches, you would have gotten a wicket. But that has not happened. There's some consultation with the 3 players, the skipper, Williams, and Brown, who will be bowling to Ambris, who's been rather quiet for the past 12 balls or so. They are currently scoring at 7.50, projected score at 75. They need to get a little further with that. But it's early days yet here at Arnisvale as we see Dean Brown playing his 4th season for the Divers.
Yes, Brown playing for the Divers this time around. They have 3 very attacking all-rounders in their squad. But in their 11 today, they have Straw and Brown. Interesting to see how he approaches this tournament. Had a very good VPL3, Brown, both with bat and ball. So he'll be taking up the attack from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Captain Ambris, man on the square leg boundary. and a third man in place. This one is in the air. It's going down to the man at third man. And he drops it. Oh my goodness.
What is going on here? What is going on here? The Divers are really putting themselves under some serious pressure here, Alanson. This is the third one being put down. An easy catch at third man after a skipper went for that one from Brown, and he just put it over the boundary for 6. A simple catch. Umpire signals 4. Unfortunate for them, but Sonny Lambert is still there. Ned is still there. They're still batting for the Saltpan Breakers.
And you simply cannot be giving these batsmen so many chances.
No,
they will make you pay in the end.
Not at this level. Not at this level. Not in this competition. They would make you pay. These are 2 of the better batters in the tournament. You need to get them out early.
This one is full and it's over mid on. That's 6 runs. Easy shot there now for Ambrose. 2 full there by Brown. And over long ons for the second Vitamalt maximum.
Well, that one was overcompensated there by Brown. He bowled a very good length at the first delivery to Ambrose. Just under an off stump lifting delivery. He went for it. This one he was over pitch and he just climbed into that and smacked it over mid on into the fence for 6. Vitamalt 6. That's the second one for this game. And Saltpan Breakers keep marching on here.
This one is swung away to the man at mid-wicket. It's Richie, he takes the catch. Richie will not drop that. That one was hit fiercely, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, and it went to Richie Richards. And of all the catches, that one was the hardest one, but taken quite easily there by Richie Richards. Good cricketer. Nicely done.
Well, revenge there for Brown. After the third delivery, after the first delivery, he was dropped. The third one, he was taken easily by Richie Richards in the deep mid-wicket area, an area that Ambrose favours as well. So Ambrose have gone back to the pavilion. So the first wicket have fallen here in the VPL 5.0. Saltpan Breakers are now 25 for 1. 25 for 1 over number 3 being bowled here by Brown. And that brings the player with the number Aline, the Barbadian. He has just came out of a tournament there, the regional police tournament, playing for the Barbados side, so he had some cricket under his belt. He joins Kadir Ned for the Saltpan Breakers to continue battling here at Arnesville playing field.
Yes, Aline had a very good tournament last time around, as I mentioned before the game started. He had 10 games. His strike rate when he was batting was close to 200, and he had 9 wickets in those 10 games, so good all-round performances by him. He'd want to settle the nerves. It seems as if both teams are nervous here in this opener, based on what we are seeing in the approach.
Yes indeed. Some nervous times for them. Balls went to hand, didn't take the catches. One went to hand, take catches. And Ambrose looked a little bit out of sort there for me. That's out of character from the Ambrose I know. He just went for it and then he fell.
This one is short and wide, beaten outside the off stump. You will be disappointed with that one, Aline, that he didn't get that one past the man at cover point.
Well, I think that's a very good length to be bowling here, Brown. Early in the innings, Aline is a rather big fella. You can't pitch a ball up too far. So that's a very good length here for him, just outside the off stump with stumper. So
that's a good delivery there. Now he's just running that one down to third man for the single. And the score moves on to 26 for 1 in the third over. 1 delivery remaining to end off the third over. What do you think of the start so far? Who is in the ascendancy, Ken, or is it even Stevens so far?
Well, there has not been a team who has taken charge of the game so far. They are still here and there. Nobody has done that. Saltpan Breakers have lost a wicket, and I think the Divers has bowled well so far, but it's even Stevens, as you said, at this time.
This one is swatted, almost on the full to the man. Oh, and it's a run-out chance, and he's gone. Aline is gone. What is happening here in the Arnesville playing field? As I said, blunders, I said, by both sides so far. I mean, these are unforced errors, Kenroy.
Well, no need for that. The ball was struck with some power by Ned, straight to the man, and Aline took off, went halfway down the pitch, couldn't make it back. An easy throw into Dean Brown, who took it and whipped the bails off. And Salt Pan Breakers have lost their second wicket. The two big wickets of Ambrose and Khalid Aline has gone back into the shed. Here, Alanson, you asked me the question just a while ago, who's in charge? I'm telling you now, it's the Divers who have started shakily, but has come back very nicely. Two big scalps.
And it seems as if they have promoted Jeremy Lane. He has come up the order. Jeremy Lane. He's an all-rounder. He does bat quite nicely. Doesn't have the power game, so to speak, but has a fairly organized game in terms of his technique. And they will be looking for him here now to kind of just provide that security and just nurse the team through this passage of play.
Well, how much nursing he would have to do? He doesn't have a lot of overs to do so. He may have to call a staff nurse to help him. But it is the game of cricket. They have lost their two big scalps, that of Aline and Ambrose. Now these two have to do some repair work. But we know Ned, he's somebody who doesn't really change his game. He plays as he plays. So if he stays there for another 5 overs and play the way that he does, they might be able to get up to that score of 100 or so, which will pose some threat for the Divers.
Yeah, they still have some hitting in the tank.
Yes.
Johnson, Sween, Ryan John. So they'll just want to make sure that they settle down here quickly and make use of the back end of the innings as Williams continues. Good delivery, full delivery. Essay no run, but no run there. Straight to the man there, Richie Richards. So no run taken. Nice full delivery there by Williams.
It's like a start and stop here for the Breakers.
Good quick delivery. And he's out, LBW. Good quicker delivery. The first one was fuller and slower. And then he just gave him the quicker one. He was on the back foot. And he was dismissed there, LBW. Doesn't seem too happy with it, but umpire decision is final. Kenroy?
Well, the Breakers are breaking here under the pressure of the Divers. Third wicket going down. Newcomer. A man who just came back to this team, himself and Kadir Ned. They were bought by the other teams during the other tournaments. They are now back at home. And he has just faced one delivery and he goes back to the pavilion. Wicket number 3 goes. Salt Pan Breakers are now 26 for 3. 26 for 3. And really the Divers have taken charge of this game.
Well, there are 3 chances that went down early in the game, Kenroy. So it could have been 26 for 6. So that doesn't really augur well for the Breakers so far, but there's still a lot of time left in this game. A lot of things can still happen as we see Dylan Johnson walk into the crease. Vice captain. He captained the team last year in the absence of Ambrose. And so they are probably sent him out there now to, well, I would say stabilize, but I don't want to use the words because every time I say stabilize, then it seems as if there's some instability that is coming. So they have sent him out to the crease. Let's just leave it at that.
Johnson is a dasher as well. He has been playing cricket for a period of time as well. He has a good leadership head on his shoulder. The situation is calling for somebody like him to come in and play sensibly with Ned. And I hope that he does that for his team. But the Divers would have something else in mind for him. We are still in the power play, Alanson. Still in the power play, and the Breakers team has lost 3 big wickets there. The skipper, Aline, and now they're Johnson in the wicket to do battle against Williams.
That's a single there, swatted in the mid-wicket region. It wasn't timed, so he didn't go out to the man on the boundary. The man at square leg had enough time to come around and field. And so Williams in his second over has good figures so far. 1.3 overs, 1 for 9. Making an impact here in his first VPL.
Well, good start for him. Good start for the Divers. And the Breakers, I don't think I've ever seen the Breakers in such trouble in this tournament. I can't recall seeing that.
This one is turned for a quick single on the onside there by Ned. So Ned, it seems, he has changed his approach just a little bit for the time. He has enough experience to adjust to the situation. What will happen here is as they're coming out of the power play in the next 2 deliveries, they may think about just for a few deliveries, just knocking it around, but then they'll have to get going again quickly because it's only 10 overs.
Well, this game has no breathing space. It's a high-paced game. You have to get things right from the start, and Breakers have not done that.
This one is swung to the man at mid-wicket, and Richie Richards is just a bit too short there on that occasion. That one was hit with the wind. He didn't get anything. That wasn't anywhere near the middle, Kenroy.
Well, that's Delon Johnson. That's the power of Delon Johnson for you. That was pitching his range, and he went for it over mid-wicket into the fence for 6. And that's the 3rd Vitamalt 6 for the day for the Saltpan Breakers. That carries their score now up to 34 for 3. 34 for 3 here. Johnson still on strike. A really good shot here by Johnson to open his account.
He goes again. This one is straight. It's 6 runs. That one has been hit properly. That one came out of the middle, Kenroy.
Well, that came out of the middle and flew over his head, straight back into the fence for 6. Had no problems with that one, Alanson. It rushed into the fence. 6 more runs to Johnson. 6 more Vitamalt for him. And Saltpan Breakers have now hustled up to 40 for 3. 40 for 3. The power play has ended, Alanson. And Breakers have lost 3 wickets, but they have 40 runs on the tins.
Yeah, so 40 for 3 after at the end of the power play. Ambrose was dismissed. Carter Richards bowled Dean Brown for 12 of 5 deliveries. Ned, he's still not out on 14 of 12 deliveries. He has struck 1-6, 1-4. Aline, he was run out, a suicidal run out by Kobe Dabrio for a solitary run. And Lane, he was LBW right, Sean Williams without scoring. Johnson, just fresh at the crease, took a single off his first delivery, trying to swat it over mid-wicket, and then the next 2 have gone over the boundary. So he's 13 off 3 deliveries so far, leading so far in terms of the competition for the Vitamalt maximums.
Well, it's the first game and the 6s with rain, yes. 2 good strike there by Johnson, carrying the tally up to 40 for 3. A really good start for him as vice captain for this team. As we see another change in bowling from the northern end, Richards has taken the attack.
So Richie to bowl to Kadir Ned. This one is outside off, some driven hard, but down to the man at long on. Long off, correction. Slight fumble, but single taken, no run taken off the misfield. As I said, don't run on a misfield.
Don't you ever do that. You may pay the price, getting run out. So 41 here for the Breakers. As I said earlier, Alanson, I can't recall seeing Breakers in so much trouble in this tournament, being put under so much pressure. But the Divers have done that this morning, and they are in the driver's seat here. After 4 overs been completed, they are 41 for 3 with Ambrose, Aline, and there's another appeal there by the wicketkeeper, and also Lane has gone back to the fence. Another dot delivery, Alanson, even more pressure on the Breakers team.
Yeah, but they will keep going hard here from here on, I think, because only 6 overs remain. This one, he's stumped. He was advancing down the wicket, looking to get at Richie, and I think he kind of saw him coming, dropped it a little short outside the off, some flatter, quicker, and Haksha had no qualms in taking the bails off very quickly, and that's the back of Johnson.
Well, that's a game that Johnson knows. The ball is in his area, in his arc. He's going to go. He's going to be aggressive. But this situation calls for somebody who could pick up the 1s and the 2s and give the strike over to Kadir Ned, who we know could strike the ball. That is his job really up front. But they have not done that. Everybody else went after the deliveries. Ned is still there batting. I think that they need to have that done so that they could have a competitive total here, the Saltpan Breakers, if they are to give Divers something to really go at this afternoon.
So the new batsman is Devane Warner. He replaces Johnson at the crease. Still no sign of Ryan John. They're probably holding him back for the last few overs, but I think a batsman of his caliber could have, introduced him a little bit earlier into the game.
Well, in circumstances like these, at playing at a higher level, he ought to come into this wicket and adjust himself and play in accordance. And then the last 3 or so overs, he could excel, really open his arms and score some runs for his team.
And he has shown in some previous editions that he can knock the ball around at the beginning of his innings before going hard at the end.
Yes, I just think that the Saltpan Breakers have missed a few things here in this first game as it comes to their orders and who they send and so. And that is why they're in the position they are there. They are now at 41 for 4.
So Richards to continue to Warner. Open stance, 2 wide stance. Turns this one for a quick single to the man at shot. Oh, and misfielded. Opportunity for 2 runs. Easy 2 runs taken there now.
Not good
Seems
feeling
like it
there
was,
by the Divers.
Yeah, not good at all.
Their feeling have not really looked up to par since we started this game. They have made some simple mistakes. Breakers are in a position of 44 for 4, but the Divers have not really played the cricket that they're supposed to, and it has reflected in their feeling as well.
This one, Warner is on the back foot. Fielded there by Resrick at point. No run taken. And it's a fresh wicket, so we don't necessarily know how much is a winning score or a pass score. So these little fumbles and so on, you might be giving them a little bit more runs than you can make.
Well,
this one is pulled. You would not get to it with Hasif Hooper. It was a quicker one. Warner was into his crease looking to pull that one over mid-wicket. Rushed him. Went down to the man at long on.
So, you're at the halfway stage here. First game in the VPL 5.0. Breakers versus the Divers. The Divers' best position in this tournament is 5th. Breakers have won this tournament, the inaugural one. And they are in a position of 45 for 4 with the 5 overs remaining in this encounter. We are looking for some excitement here in the last 5 overs, but I think the Divers are looking to pull things back here and to keep things steady as they are doing now and keep the Breakers team under at least 100 runs so that they won't be so challenging for them.
Well, we see the introduction now of Reswick Stra to the bowling crease. He is an all-rounder. He usually bowls towards the death. That's his speciality. And he is actually going now, well, he's been introduced now to the crease. He'll be bowling from the southern end. He has a variety of slower deliveries, mixes up his pace, his lengths, his lines. And so, good move here by the skipper. He will be very familiar with Stra as well. I think they are very good friends. And from the same era within St. Vincent. And so, we'll see how Stra goes. The field is now spread. Of course, the power play ended an over ago. You have a long on, deep mid-wicket, square leg. Man on the sweeper boundary. This one is quick single is taken as Warner was looking to pull that one. So there are now 5 players outside of the circle, 4 in the ring. Kenroy.
Well, the restrictions have been lifted and they have more ease the bowlers now to bowl the lengths and bowl the ball full, wide out for crease and so on. They could have some extra deliveries rather than bowling one side. So it's a spread field. Saltpan Breakers now at 46 for 4 over number 6. We have Wedrick Shaw, who is one of the better bowlers, bowling at the depth. Really, he's been introduced in the 6th over and a very good player.
So Stra bowling now to Ned. This one is outside the half stump. Dropped it the first single down to the man at short third. Fielded there by Dabrio, who has come alive after effecting that run out. He dropped a simple catch earlier on in the piece, but has redeemed himself and now he looks like a live wire in the field.
Well, the jitters have gone. The nerves have disappeared. They have picked up 4 wickets, so they are comfortable now. And things would flow as they're supposed to. But Stra is a very good bowler. He has a very good change of pace and he bowls some top deliveries.
So Warner is doing his job. He's trying as much as possible to just hand the strike over to Ned. And I think that's probably why they sent him out. But in a few deliveries, the 10 overs can go by very quickly. So they have to still look to score as quickly as possible.
But just to say that Divers have always been a very good bowling unit in this tournament. They have bowled pretty well, but the thing is that they have not batted the way that they have bowled.
This one is pulled forward straight off the man at deep mid-wicket, Richie. And they get 2 runs. Long throw there from him, back to the keeper's end. Ned had to put in the afterburners, but he got home in the end.
Yes, an excellent throw there by Richie Richards on the mid-wicket fence. Straight over the bails. Excellent, beautiful arm he has. And great cricket here by Richards.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer, Richards. Takes his game very seriously. He's always practicing. And it's now 50 up in the 6th over. 50 for 4. This one is swatted. Just wide of the man at long off. He should get a run, but there should be time for 2 runs. Some slight hesitation there. They're thinking of the 3rd. Slight misfield there by Brown, but keeps it down to 2 runs, which it was from the beginning.
Yes, just 2 more runs to the score. Ned, as he's still at the crease, he started the innings. He's the man they're looking forward to be striking those Vitamol 6s. He's still there. He's aggressive as Straw continues to bowl well.
Another single here taken by Ned to the man at short 3rd man. Throw comes in, a little wide, but no extra conceded. The 50 came up off 35 deliveries in 28 minutes, and there have been 2 4s and 4 6s with the Saltman Breakers.
Yes, balance so far, but I think that the Divers have taken charge of this game, taking 4 wickets for just 53 runs. Have another 4 overs to go. All they need now to keep the ball within in the square from going over the boundary ropes, and they would have a rather par score to make, against the Breakers in the first game.
Yes, and Captain Hooper bringing himself back into the attack. He wants a few more wickets. He's not holding himself back for too late in the piece. You can see he's now bowling to Ned, another one of his good friends. He's down the wicket, pushes this one quite softly into the offside. So well weighted there for the single, easy single in the end.
Well, it's dependent on Ned and Warner, who's at the crease. They're running pretty nicely between each other. They're calling, they're taking the singles, which is required and which is necessary. Keep wickets in hand. But Asif Hooper has brought himself back into attack, looking for another wicket.
Warner, very open stance. Punches this one straight. Should have been fielded there by Asif as it went right back to him, but slipped through his hands. And they get time for another single. 55 for 4 in the 7th over here at the Arnesville playing field. We're looking down in the distance at Beckway and seeing some yachts there in the channel making use of the blustery conditions. And that one is swatted over long on. 6 runs there by Kadir Ned. That one was there. He just waited on the back foot. It was a length delivery, and he just, off the back foot, just swatted it over long on.
Well, I think Skipper Hooper have made the mistake in trying to get Ned out, bowling close to Ned, and Ned has taken advantage of that situation and smacked it over mid on into the fence for Vitamol 6.
So he's back up to 2 Vitamalt maximums. So he's now at the head of the Vitamalt maximizer contention. This one is turning it just for a square. Opportunity for 2, but Hooper saw it very early and was able to keep them to 1, because if the fielders off the boundary had to come in, they would have had ample time for 2 runs.
I think this is very smart cricket here being played by Ned. Just smashing that one over mid on for 6, taking a single, giving Warner the strike. I think this is very sensible cricket by him on behalf of himself and for his team.
Warner looks to go down the ground. Doesn't get all of it. He'll get a single down to the man there at the boundary, Chadwick Walton. Loops it back into his skipper. Single taken now, 63 for 4 in the 7th.
Warner seems to be struggling with some timing there. I don't know how much cricket he has been playing before this tournament, but he seems to be struggling with his timing there somewhat.
This one is turned in the onside there, looking for 2, but should be kept to 1 with good feeling. And that's the end of the 7th over. It's now 64 for 4 after 7 overs. There are now 18 deliveries remaining. And how many do you think they will get to, Kenroy?
I think if they get up to at least 85, up to 85 or so, I think they should be a good total. As I say, on par. But based on the Divers' history, that should be a competitive team, competitive score for them. But it's a new Divers team, a new attitude, a new approach. What would we see from the Divers?
Yes, new attitude, new personnel as
Exactly.
well. I think they should be aiming to get to close to 100.
I think that's the score they should be looking for.
Yeah.
Just to be a little bit comfortable with it.
So Richards now comes for his second over. Richie Richards, bowling from his southern end on this occasion. He'll be bowling to Ned. Field spread all over. This one is swatted just wide of the man there at short extra cover. It's into the boundary for 4. Good placement there. A diving attempt by the man there. It looks like it was Barker at short extra cover, but it eluded him. And a good boundary there to Kade Ned.
Well, Ned is going to go in this over. He has no choice. He's going to go. There's another 5 wickets in the hull, and he's going to go after Richards. He's going to go with all his might, see how much he can get from this over.
Absolutely. I think they have the 100 in mind that I said, Kenroy. This one is swatted hard, but down to the man, straight to him at long on. Looks like Dean Brown who does the fielding. 1 run taken. Score moves on now to 69 for 4 after 7.2 overs.
They have to be very careful as they go about this over here, the Divers. Chasing a total of 100 and chasing a total of 85. They have to be careful as to how they execute these final overs. Or they would be chasing a big total, or they would be chasing a total that they could get rather easily.
So Richards. This one he sweeps it just fine of the man at square leg. Should be time for 2. So well placed there by Warner. Gets 2 runs in the end. Wayward throw coming in from the man there on the square leg boundary, Dabrio. Maybe just a little bit of over exuberance of youth. Okay, right?
Well, Dabrio, just coming into the VPL setup, we'll expect these things from these youngsters, but he would learn as he goes on.
This time Warner goes straight to the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary and he's caught. You were saying that he wasn't getting the timing and he's hitting into the wind in that direction. So you really have to make sure that you get all of it in that direction.
Yes, and that was an easy catch for the man at deep mid-wicket. Wicket number 6 goes for Saltpan Breakers. I said before, I've never seen the Saltpan Breakers in this tournament struggling as much as they are struggling here in this first game of the VPL 5.0. They have lost their 6th wicket, that of Warner. And I think that brings John into the crease.
Yes, and I think because it's now almost the end of the 8th over, I think that pressure came now on Warner. He had done his due, which was to just, settle the nerves just a little bit there, knock it around, give Kade Ned the strike. He was going just about at a runner ball. He was using all his deliveries. But then with knowing that there's still Ryan John in the hut and several other very powerful batsmen, he had to take his chance. And I think that was a tactical shot there from him.
Well, I would have loved to see Ryan John, when they lost their 4th wicket, coming into the crease, giving him some time at the crease and then having a go at the end. But he's here now. He has 2 overs and a half to go. How well would he do? Is left to be seen.
So Richards to John. Goes in that mid-wicket direction. Another catch. That's well taken there by Dabrio. That's a very good catch. Cody Horn, sorry. Not Cody Dabrio. There are 2 Codys. Well, one is Cody and one is Kobe.
Kobe and Cody.
Yes.
Well, another wicket goes here for the Saltpan Breakers. That of John. I said it before. I thought that John should have been in the wicket a little bit earlier so that he could get some time, play himself in the first game and make a bigger contribution. But he has faced 1 delivery and he's gone back to the pavilion without scoring.
So this is a very important position here now because, of course, means Richards is on a hat-trick. And if Sween is dismissed now cheaply, then it can be quite tricky now for the Breakers going into the last few overs. If they get these 2 batsmen at the crease, it can be quite tricky for them. They would have lost a lot of their power. And the Divers would be pleased if that were the case. But it still can mean that these 2 can finish strongly and get them close to 100 thereabouts.
Well, the Breakers are looking rather shaky here in the first game as Divers continue. Another good delivery by Richards to finish the over. And it's now 71 for 6. 71 for 6. Breakers, it seems as though they've been threatened to be bowled out. They stand a chance of being bowled out here based on how they bat the next 2 overs or so.
All right, so there's 2 overs remaining. 12 deliveries, 71 for 6. at the Arnorsville playing field here in the first fixture of VPL5 Cricket Away. And these 12 deliveries, I think, will play a serious role in terms of how things end up here in this game, I think, Kenroy.
Well, this over is pretty important here, being bowled by Dean Brown. He's bowled a pretty good over up front, got the wicket of Ambrose earlier in the game. He'll be bowling to Kadir Ned, who have been there from the start. He's looking to get things, keep things going here for the breakers. But at 71 for 6, what would be his approach here in the 9th over?
So here's Brown to Ned. It's down the wicket. He's swatting this one over the onside. He gets all of it. It's 6 runs. And we were told now it's not Vitamalt. Same company, but it's Hyrule. 6.
Ned is going to go. Ned is going to have a go here at Brown. Brown is a medium pacer. He needs to get his lengths and line right here to Ned. If he doesn't, he would be punished in this over. He started off chipping down the wicket. He needs to get his slower delivery, his Yorker wide outside the off stump, and also a slower bounce as well. He needs to bowl properly here to Ned, or he would travel the distance.
Swat it down the ground. They will look for 2. As if he's back quickly. They've turned, flat throw, and that's good running by Sween. He's back for 2 runs, good running.
2 excellent run there by Sween. Called early, made up his mind, and he came back, rushing to the danger, and 2 good runs. So 2 deliveries have been bowled, 8 runs have been scored here. And as I said before, Brown has to be very careful as to go about here bowling this over to Ned, or this total would be pushed up to at least 100 or so.
So here's Brown again. Short, swatted, and this one has gone over long on for 6 more. I think the length is wrong, and if he's going to bowl that length, he has to go wide off stump, because I think Ned is prepared and looking for the ball in that vicinity.
Exactly. He's just looking to free his arms, this Ned. He doesn't have a choice. It is 85 for 6 here. 85 for 6 here. Alanson, we might get to 100 before this over is completed.
Yes.
Because Ned is on the go. He has to get his lines right here. If he doesn't, then they would chase 100 or so in this over. With another over to go, it seems that way.
Yeah, I think he needs to try a wider Yorker. A full wide delivery outside the off stump. This one is short. It's outside the off stump, but it's short. Swat it straight to Richards, who does the feeling. The turn, good running again. So Sween is doing well here to keep Ned on strike. Good thinking there.
This is 50. 50 for Ned. Welcome back, Ned. Welcome back to the Breakers team. Yes. 50 runs on his return.
Yes, 51 off 27 deliveries. This one he hits powerfully down to the man at long off, but there should only be 1 run. So they finally get Sween on strike, which is what they would have been hoping for since the beginning of the over, but there was only 1 delivery left to go. And his 50, the stats are 27 deliveries, 41 minutes, 2 4s, and 4 high-run 6s.
That's a better length ball there by Brown, keeping it close to Ned, giving him no room to expand his arm, to extend his arms, and he only could push it down to mid-off and pick up a single long off, really. And that brings Sween into strike with his force delivery. He has to have it on target as well here, or he would travel the distance to Sween.
So here's Brown now. He'll be bowling to Sween. Sween is a strong man. This one is a good, just there about it. I think he's just a few inches here and there. Might have been a wide or not, but I don't think that's a bad line or length to be bowling to Sween at this stage.
Well, the force up delivery, good length just on the off stump, into the keeper's glove. Good delivery here to Sween. He's not pitching it up. He's bowling it back a length. So a good ploy here by him. He still needs to use his Yorker wide outside the off stump and his slow deliveries. This is the depth.
All right, this one is a bit straighter because that one was wider, but it's a good length. And Ned refuses a single. He wants to be on strike in the last over, at the beginning of the over. But I think that he could have taken that single.
It's cricket you're playing. You need to take everyone which is available. He could have gotten another single in the
at
other
the beginning
over,
of the over, yeah.
And then you have another 5 deliveries.
Of course.
But turning down a single, the score is 89 for 6. Really,
will that come?
He's at the crease. He's probably saying he wants a 6th delivery. That's what he said. He's taking charge of the game. But at the end of the day, a run could cost you this game.
I didn't want to bring it up, Kenroy, but the last time a single was refused in the VPL, it cost the team that you were coaching the tournament.
Memories. Memories. A single cost the finals. A single. So one run in these short version of the game here could cost you a game. Those are vital runs. Vital runs. But Straw is bowling the final over. One of our better bowlers at the depth. He will be facing up. He will be bowling to Kader Ned, who has 50 already on his return to the Saltpan Breakers. This will be a very good contest.
Yes, both will be very familiar with what each other is trying to accomplish in this last over. They are good friends. The three of them, I would say, Straw, Ned, and Hooper. Usually where you see one, you see the others. And he'll be looking to be wide of off stump here, in my opinion.
Oh my.
This one is struck firmly. Swim had no chance of getting out of the way, and he wears that one for his team.
Well, I think he would have some work to be done on him when he gets back to that pavilion. Some ice that was struck with some power, striking him on the right leg. Couldn't move a muscle after that, but a dot delivery, important delivery for Straw starting the final over.
Of course. He's again into Ned Straw. Bowl him! He's bowled him. Smart delivery. I believe that one just pitching just outside leg stump and just leaving Ned. And that's another good delivery there by Straw. Effective bowler. Knows how to get wickets, especially at the depth.
And that's what I was saying earlier, Alanson. The single that you turned down, it's very important single. He faced two deliveries. He got out after turning down that single. The first delivery could have got a single as well when he struck Sween. He refused, but he did not add an extra run to his team, and then he lost his wicket. So 3 dot balls went ahead, and he didn't score a run. Could have taken that single.
Will that come back to haunt them? Because that could be the difference between 100, 105, 110, or 95.
Well, that tells the story of the scoreboard. It's 89 for 7. He had 3 dot balls from the penalty mate over. The last delivery, the other 2 up front. And Straw, one of the better bowlers at the depths, you will be taking a lot of risk against him. You would have to be doing exceptionally well to really get him out the park. Those are things that you have to look at when you're playing cricket as well.
And so Ned is replaced by Jamel Warrican, West Indies left arm spinner. Vincent, roots of course. His dad, well, I wouldn't go too far into the information, but he's a Vincent. Let's just put it that way.
But we can experience cricket as well. 4 deliveries.
Good delivery there by Straw. Good Yorker. Wait for the signal from the umpire. Leg by signal, but good delivery. Coming into the leg stump, holding in there on the crease. Keeps it to 1 run.
But that's why he's so good at bowling at the depth. He varies his pace. He bowls his Yorkers. He bowls his slower deliveries. He bowls outside the off stump. He hits the length hard. He bowls a bumper. He has a lot of deliveries in his armory. So that's why he's so good at the depth. And to challenge a bowler like that at the end is a difficult task for any batsman.
This one is hit high and hard by Sween. He has enough of it. Yes, he does. That one was just a little too close to him in terms of the length and also the line. If it were wider off stump, he might have gotten away with it. But it was in his arc, and we said that Sween, he has some power, and he was able to lift that one over mid-wicket quite easily for a high round 6.
Exactly, and that is what Ned should have done. Turn over the strike to Sween. He's been batting for a particular time. He is a little bit tired. Sween is fresh. He can strike the ball, and he showed you that by hitting that one over the mid-wicket fence for 6.
And this one, he has hit it straight to the man at mid-wicket. They should only get 1. Good feeling there. Good flat throw on the bounce by Horn. Cody Horn. And I think this is now the final delivery. 97 for 7. And what you're saying about Sween is true. Fresh batsman. He's not a number 11 batsman by any means.
No,
so, of course, not. You don't need to shield him from the strike. Final delivery. That's another good Yorker. Pushed out there by Warwick. And they will look for 2 runs. They're running hard. Horn throws off balance. So they have enough time because he throws off balance. He was off balance when he was throwing, so didn't get the power in the throw. And that's the end of the innings. They have gotten to 99. It means that the Grenadines Divers will require a 100 to win when they come to chase.
Well, I spoke of it. It depends on the overs coming on to the end. It would be chasing 100 or would they get 85? They have gotten 99 for 7. They need to get 100 to win. A team like Saltpan Breakers is a fighting team. I am not too sure how to place this game, but the Divers would have to bat well to get the score from the Breakers.
Well, just to go back through the batting card, the scorecard, Ambris, he was caught. Richards, Dean Brown for 12 or 5 deliveries. Ned, he was bowled by Straw for 52. Aline was run out by Dabrio for 1. Lane, he was LBW by Raishal Williams without scoring. Johnson, he was dismissed, actually stumped by keeper Haksha. Bowl Richie Richards for 13. Richards also dismissed 1, caught Cody Horn for 9, and then in the next delivery, he was on a hat-trick actually after this wicket of John, who was also caught by Cody Horn, bowl Richards. And Sween not out, 7 of 4 deliveries. Warwickon not out, 2 of 2 deliveries. So they got to a score of 99 of the allotted overs. What about the bowling, Kenroy?
Well, for the bowling for the break for the Divers, we had Asif Hooper, 2 overs, no wicket, 18 runs. And we had Williams, 2 overs, 22 runs, 1 wicket. Brown, 2 overs, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Richards, 2 overs, 12 runs, 3 wickets. He bowled very nicely. And Straw, at the end of innings, coming and bowled 2 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. Excellent overs by Straw, Richards. They pulled things back. And now Saltpan Breakers are 99 for 7. A good effort coming back there by Saltpan Breakers. And a very good bowling spell there by Straw to keep them to that score.
Actually, when you consider the first part of the innings and how that went, for them to get close to 100 actually tells you that this team is not a team to be trifled with, really. But the Divers will be pleased with what they have so far, 99 for 7. And when we come back, they will need 100 runs to win.
Yes, a very good contest on hand here, 99 for 7.
All right, so when we come back, we will have the chase. The Grenadines Divers will be in pursuit of 100 runs, that's exactly 10 runs and over. In this, the first game of VPL5, Cricket Our Way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 Team Cricket. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadines Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Vasi.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to another preview of VPL5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament.
Yes, and good for all of you as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I could remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yeah, so let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balancing the team. Compared to last year, what do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Cooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He will have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there may be some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5.
Well, I think it's time enough that the Divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be Divers, yeah.
Who knows? If there's the point where you call, where do you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Kenroy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the Divers team, just a little bit concerned today. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off-spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and Bibi, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios. They've had aspect of the game up front, in the middle. Who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the Divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Kenroy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field. Here where we have the chase. The Salt Pond Breakers versus the Grenadines Divers. The Grenadines Divers in pursuit of 100 runs to win here in VPL5. Cricket our way. Game number 1. Here with me in the commentary box is Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon again to you, Kenroy.
Well, good afternoon to the viewers again, and welcome back to Arnoldville playing field, where we have the second half of this, the first VPL 5.0 game in this series here. Salt Pond Breakers versus the Grenadines Divers. A very interesting game on Han Allenson, but I think what would make the difference here is the batting of Chadwick Walton. I did not say Keswick Williams, I said Chadwick Walton, right? Walton here for the Divers, Asif Hooper, and the bowling of John, and also in the Breakers camp. So it would be a very good contest between John Johnson, Chadwick Walton, and also Asif Hooper.
Yes, and interestingly, the Divers, they have opened with Cosmos Haksha. A position that he has played in with the Strikers. When the Strikers came into the playoffs in VPL 3, he was opening with the then captain Miles Bascom. So he has gone back to a familiar position, and I think that Asif has resolved himself for a little bit later on in the innings.
Well, I spoke about that earlier in the preview, that Asif Hooper needs to take himself down the order and ease the pressure off his shoulder so that he could command that middle section of his team and really bring a couple of the games home. That was the part that's missing from the Divers team, and hopefully they would get it together in this game.
So John to Walton. Good delivery. Beaten outside the off stump in that channel. That is what John has been doing all season in the 4-day tournament. He has been bowling just on around the off stump and getting the ball to move both ways.
Well, as I said, John, the contest is between John, Walton, Asif Hooper, and also we have Haksha, who is a no-nonsense batsman as well at the top of the order. But they would have to do very well to get John deliveries over the fence. He has been bowling well for the season, and he's been picking up wickets, so he's a man in confidence.
And so there's a slight change in the leg side field. The man was out at deep square. He's now going to a deep mid wicket. And the other person outside of the ring is a man at third man. John to Walton. Nicely played. Oh, lovely shot. That was just timed away, just backward of square on the offside. Just open up the face. You're using the pace. Lovely shot.
Class. That is a class shot. That is a shot of class. And that looks like someone who's in form. He just pushed it and it raced through backward point. In the defense was for effortlessly. And I'm saying this is Chadwick Walton. This is Ryan John. Who would win the battle? It starts off very nicely for John, but Walton is bounced back with a fine shot. Classical shot, that is 4 runs on the board.
Yeah, that's a lovely cricket shot there. Economy of effort, but maximum outcome.
Exactly.
So slight adjustment. The man at cover just being moved a bit squarer. John comes in again to Walton. Lovely lifting delivery outside the off stump there, Kenroy. Beating him all ends up.
That's a Jaffa. Delivery that was pitched on the off stump. Walton looking to get forward. It lifted and bounced into the keeper's glove of Sween. And it is an exceptional delivery there by John that put Walton under some pressure. A good comeback by John.
Yeah, it looked like that one was an effort delivery, that he bent his back a little bit more for that delivery there, John. So here he goes again to Walton. This one, he guides it down to the man at third, man. Should be a single. Fielded nicely there. Threw it on the bounce. It looks like Lane down on the third man boundary. Jeremy Lane. And so Walton, he's now off strike. It's now 5 without loss in the midst of the first over. It brings Haksha to face his first delivery. Left-handed batsman. Very attacking batsman.
He is. He's known for that. And it's good to see the regional players amongst our local players here in this tournament. Walton, the Ryan John. There are a few other players in the tournament that will surprise you as well that would be here. I think the Grenadian Spiceman would be here as well for the Botanical Garden Rangers.
Should be seeing him later today.
Exactly. So we're in for some exciting cricket over this VPL 5.0 as John continues the bowls.
Slight drizzle here at the Arnesville playing field. John to Haksha. He goes up. He may get away with it. Does he? Excellent catch there by Warwican. Top catch there by Warwican. It's a top edge. He was looking to pull, but that was a running catch. He came, he covered about 30 yards. Very good catch.
Excellent cricket there by Warwican. We see the Jedlocks bouncing in the back there as he fell to the ground. Excellent catch by him. See, he's a full-fledged Rasta man. So excellent catch by him. And the fourth wicket goes down for the Divers. Not a good start for them, but a good start for the Breakers after scoring 99.
I think the umpires are consulting. The drizzle is getting a bit more persistent. The wind is strong now. You could see some of the ground staff making that walk towards the covers, but they have not been called on just yet. But that's a very good breakthrough there by the Breakers early in the piece. So now it brings Asif essentially to open the innings.
Well, that is what you want from your opening bowler, such as Ryan John. Striking early, bowling well, putting the team under pressure. He has maximum of 2 overs in this game, and he's making use of his first over, taking his first wicket, that of Haksha. That brings, as you said, Asif into the crease. In the first over, really, Allenson, it makes no difference, really. He should have just come and opened the batting. But then, that's cricket for you.
Yeah, he's opening. I think the plan of the team is just to give Haksha that. It seems as if they're going to give Haksha that license to go, and they would hope that he gets through. A similar thing to what the Breakers are doing with Ned. Yes. And if anything, then the experience will come and stabilize the middle.
Yes, to agree with you with the Allenson, with Ned and Haksha. Both players are similar, but they have lost him. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them today, and that brings skipper Hooper to the crease. He's facing John, who has just picked up his first wicket in this VPL 5.0. First game here at Arnesville playing field. You have a slight drizzle across the playing field, and a good start for the Breakers after scoring 99. Whoa.
This one hits him close to the unmentionables.
Hits something.
Seems as if it doesn't strike him there, he wouldn't be on his feet.
Is he wearing a tie pad? Is he wearing a tie pad? That one struck somewhere, somehow. Sounded rather loud, but he's still standing. That's Hooper. And that brings the first over to an end. An eventful over so far.
Yes, it's a pleasing start if you are on the Breaker side here. So far, 5 for 1 after the first over. They still have Chadwick Walton and Asif Hooper at the wicket, but they will know that these two can always up the rate, so they would want to see the back of both of them. There's also a very powerful lower middle order to come, who they would not want to spend a lot of time at the crease either. So very early in the piece, but the first blow has been landed by the Breakers.
Yes, and I love this sort of cricket here by the Breakers. The 2 fast bowlers bowling your new ball, getting maximum use of it. Unlike the Divers who bowl 2 spinners at the start. I like to see this. I like to see this in the cricket, the competitiveness. And Johnson would be taking up the attack from the southern end as John finishes first over. I love to see the fast bowlers with the ball.
Well, I think it's a matter of personnel. And they have and who you have. We'll get back to that after this delivery. Johnson to Walton. Good delivery. Well covered up there by Walton. But good straight delivery and middle.
Well, I love to see top players playing against each other. Walton is a top player. Johnson is a top experienced player as well, playing for the Volcanoes for a couple of years, captain St. Vincent, and he knows what he's about. I think he also played for the under-19s. I'm not too sure if my memory is correct. Right. And so he's experienced. West Indies here as well. He's experienced bowling to Walton, who has been very prolific at the shorter version of the game, you know, in the regional tournaments. And he's here bowling to him. I think this is a very good matchup. John, Walton, and also John Johnson.
This one is driven for 4.
My
Through
word.
extra cover. And that bat sounds good and it looks good. That ball is getting to the boundary quite quickly.
My word. I wonder what is in that bat. He just choked that ball through the covers and it raced off the outfield into the fence for 4. My God, Walton looked like he's playing tennis. That ball flew off his bat into the fence for 4. What a start for Walton. What a start here for the Divers. He looks good. He looks good for this tournament. And if he carries on, this game might be over in less than 10 overs or so. If he's batting the way that he's batting here. He looks very good.
This one is turning it onto the onside. And the previous delivery was by no means a bad delivery. It wasn't a half volley. He was hitting it on the up through the extra cover region. Not a man moved on the offside. Just followed it with the eyes to the boundary.
And what is good to Walton, he's not taking that risk. That's calculated risk. He's not taking that risk. He's waiting for the ball into his zone and he's playing his shot, percentage shot. He's playing what is required of him. I like that from the start. The ball was in his zone. He played a cover drive. He played the one at backward point, and he's not trying to overhit the ball either. He's just playing as he normally plays.
And I think what Sunil Ambrose knows is that this batting lineup, he needs to get all the wickets against them. So he's putting his best bowlers or his most likely bowlers to bowl to both Asif and Chadwick. And this one goes away to the boundary for 4. Luke was in pursuit, but he couldn't get there. Luke Wilson peeling off the outside edge. Was a wideish, slow delivery there from Dillon. But, Hooper got it to the boundary for 4.
Well, that one was pitched in his half, and Asif had no choice more than to give him the full treatment. It flew off the outer portion of the bat, raced over backward point, into the fence for 4. The man at third man couldn't catch it. It's 4 more runs to the Divers. And I said it earlier, the Divers, according to how they go in this game, will signal their intentions for this tournament. They have started well so far. They have lost 1 wicket, yes, but the big bats of Hooper and Walton is still at the crease. Those are the mainstay for them in this tournament.
So let's see how Johnson goes now. This one is driven again. Not well timed. I want to get to the boundary. They will have time for 2 runs as the throw comes back in now to the keeper on the bounce. 2 runs taken there.
Well, Hooper should be in some good form. He just came out of Tobago, I think, playing for a team in Tobago. He just came, so he's the skipper. And he had some cricket coming into this tournament. He played the local tournament as well. And it looks like he's really up for this tournament from the way he started here this afternoon. Playing a few shots, the ball is in his range and he's playing rather comfortably so far.
This one is driven ferociously back to Johnson. And it was just in the nick of time. It didn't take him with him to the boundary, but he had good reflexes. He has been playing for quite a while. Still a young man when he compared to us, Kenroy, but that one came back pretty quickly. His hand got up fast enough.
I think Johnson was very brave to put his hand in the way of that delivery. So he's fanning it off because that was struck with some serious power by Hooper. And I think he needs to do some go to the physio or something with that arm. I'm not too sure. He's a tough cricketer. He's still looking at it. But I think that hand is numb. But that brings the second over to an end. And here, after 2 overs here, the Divers are 17 for 1, looking for 100 runs in this game. They have another 8 overs to go. Walton's at the crease. Skipper Hooper is with him. What would be Sunil Amber's next move? And he brings the veteran, well, the first-class player. I can't say veteran. The experienced Warwican, the Jedlocks Warwican, to bowl his 3rd over.
Yeah, Warwican, he will come on to bowl now. He's making sure that he gives his best bowlers an opportunity to get into the batting of the Grenadines Divers. And I think the Divers batsmen are also aware of this. And they're not going fully at the bowling just yet. They are just making sure that they get themselves in and possibly to face some of the lesser bowlers later on.
Well, I do think this power play means something in this cricket. I think you need to maximize this power play. The players outside the circle. I think they need to go hard here if they need to carry this game down to the wire.
Oh, that's a lovely shot there by Hooper. A little too short there by Warwican. And that one is cut away to the boundary. Backward of point, 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, that just stood up on the off stump. A delivery, Warwican is bowling around the wicket. You will not have much turn from that. And it just stood up on the off stump. And Hooper, who's in some good form, shot that one to backward point. Nobody moved. Into the fence for 4. A really good shot by Hooper. A bad delivery there by Warwican to start his bowling.
So, Warwican again to Hooper. This one is swinging over the onside. That's a very intelligent shot there because there's no one back at square leg, making use of the field restrictions, and he actually waited on that sweep, make sure that he rolled his wrist to get it fine off the man who is at the mid-wicket boundary.
Exactly, I just spoke about it, the power play. If you need to get to 100 runs, you need to maximize these 4 overs. Put yourself in a good position that when you get into the middle overs, you could just play the ball around, knock it for the 1s and 2s, pick up your boundaries and easily get yourself home. So they are doing that job now. They are really attacking these bowlers in the first 4 overs, and he have gone for 2 boundaries so far, Warwican.
This one here, just the length, but they take a quick single, safely home in the end. Just plays it softly into the offside, running with the shot. So good cricket there by Hooper. Moses' team now on to 26 for 1 in the 3rd over in pursuit of 100.
Well, what Warwican did very good there is taking the pace off the ball. The ball is new, and all he did was slow that one up, put it on the same length. Hooper went into the shot, but it was very much too early, and only played it into the wicket that the one bounced to the man at short extra cover, who did some good fielding as well and returned the ball to Warwican.
This one is short, it's pulled, chance of a catch. Ryan John is under it, and he takes it. And Walton goes. That's the wicket that they wanted. That's a massive wicket there for the Saltburn Breakers.
Well, we weren't looking for it, but it happens. It's cricket. And Walton goes back to the pavilion. A good catch there by John, sprinting about 10 to 15 meters away from where he was, taking a good catch. It from the start, it looks like he couldn't get to that, but he got to it, took an easy catch, and they have lost their 2nd wicket, that of Chadwick Walton.
Let's go back to the first innings. Those catches that were dropped by the Grenadines Divers.
Exactly.
They would have been chasing far less at this point. And of course, right now we're just going to take this opportunity to go over into the stand for an interview. Let's see who Ben Arva has.
Hi, I'm coming to you live from the Mike Finley stand, and I'm here with a Breaker fan on the first day of VPL. Are you enjoying VPL so far?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the game so far. I'm over here. We live in Beckwith, but I also live in London. I go to Lord's Cricket a lot, enjoy the cricket at Lord's, and I love West Indian cricket, the best in the world.
So are you enjoying cricket all the way?
100%. The vibes here are lovely. So many positive people all here enjoying themselves. You got these little fans here as well. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
And your favorite team for the tournament?
Breakers. 100% Breakers. Yeah, you know.
I hope you enjoy the rest of the matches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back.
So at this time, thank you very much, Ben Arva. And, he says he has been to Lord's and he's enjoying his cricket here. And Sean Williams has come out to replace Chadwick Walton here at the Lords of St. Vincent.
Well, wicket number 2 have fallen. Somebody has to come and replace Walton. And Warwican continues.
This one is pulled away to that man at the mid-wicket boundary. But this time it's all along the ground. Easy single taken.
The game has changed somewhat with the loss of Walton's wicket. Hooper is still there. We're still in the power play. How would he approach this? That is very important. Would he carry his bat through the innings, or he would continue being attacking? That is left to be seen.
I think that he will still take some calculated risks when the opportunities present themselves.
Well, this is the issue that we have. You have to make choices.
This one is short, and he'll be very disappointed with that. Hit straight to the man there at extra cover. No run taken, and he would have wanted 4 runs from that delivery.
Well, he missed out on that short delivery outside the off stump. Not one of the better overs I've seen bowled by Warwican, but he did the job that he was asked to do. He got the big wicket of Walton, caught mid-wicket by Ryan John. So 3 big players combining for that wicket, and they are now at this stage. They are 27 for 2. 27 for 2, 3 overs completed here at Arnesville playing field. Game number 1. Game number 1, Dream 11, T10 cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Breakers versus Divers.
And after 3 overs, the Grenadine Divers, they are 27 for 2. And the Salpan Breakers, believe it or not, they were 26 for 2 after 3 overs. So not much to separate both teams here. They are going just neck for neck at the time. But I think that the Breakers will be pleased to have seen the back of Chadwick Walton, one of the gun players for the Grenadines Divers.
Well, we see the introduction of one of the newcomers to the Breakers team, Rashid Fredericks. He has been a very good player for the Strikers team over the last tournaments. He has now been employed by Breakers.
This one is on the stump. Punch back straight to him. He's usually a very miserly bowler, exhibits good control.
Yes, he does.
This one is looking for the sweep. Was outside the leg stump. Couldn't be out to LBW. He was looking to swing that one over the man at square leg there.
Frederick is one of the bowlers that you could use up front. You could use him at the back end. He's very, very good keeping the runs down and taking wickets as well. So this is a very good ploy here by Ambrose to bring Fredericks into the attack after losing 2 wickets, keeping the pressure on the Divers.
Let's look at the 4 bowlers who they have used so far. They have 4 good bowlers so far that they have used, and they have not used Adeline as yet. So it's a team that is filled with bowling options.
Yes. Yes, and a very good all-round team is the Breakers team. And the skipper, Sonny Lambris, is ringing in the changes.
Looks for the sweep again. Struck on the pad. No run taken. That square leg region is tempting him because there's nobody back at square leg. There's a man at a straightish, a squarish mid-wicket.
Well, he's bowling into the body and he missed that one. Keeper as well. It runs close to the fence. 4 wide signal there by umpire Graves. I was just going to allude to that he's looking to bowl into the body, and the only mistake he could make is bowling it a little bit too wide, and the keeper blunders. So unfortunately, it goes to the fence for 4.
Yeah, that's 4 runs there. Unfortunate there. But, you know, that's all part of the game. 4, that's 5 wides. That's actually 5 runs to the score, which the Divers will be pleased with. This one now is off the pad, it seems. It's running close to the boundary as well. Luke is after it.
Accident, boy.
They have actually stopped it. Could have been quite nasty there in terms of a collision, but they seem to have avoided each other in the end, thankfully.
Well, 2 committed players, Luke and Jeremy Lane, looking to stop the ball in the boundary. They did it, they collided, but no incident, no accident. And they have saved themselves 2 runs there as well.
So 2 leg byes. This time he drives, lovely shot. Excellent shot down the ground for 4 runs. That's a top shot there.
Yes, all he did was clear his front foot. Rashid is bowling into his body. He cleared his front foot, pushed it down the leg stump, and he opened up his body and stroked it back past mid-half into the fence for a really beautiful shot by him.
So it's 38 for 2. Just 1 delivery remaining to close off the power play. As the ball is now retrieved. And we're about to continue here with the last delivery of the power play, 38 for 2. So neck and neck here, both teams so far. Scores similar at the same point. This one is down the leg side again. This one is a wide. So that's airing too far down the leg side there, Kenroy.
Well, he has a plan. It's to bowl into the body of the batters, not giving them room. But he's missing it somewhat. Just bowling the ball outside the arm stump and it's not turning.
This one is another wide. And he was ready for that one, Williams. He didn't even go down on his leg to attempt the sweep. He just stood there and allowed it to pass in. Just made sure that he didn't get his foot in the line.
Yes, he just stopped it. And another wide delivery being bowled here by Fredericks, really falling outside of the plan. He started nicely, but he has lost his way thus far. That's a better delivery.
On this one, it could be a run-out chance here. Oh my word. Oh my word.
Well,
what has happened there?
Well, we have seen this over the tournament where wicketkeeper Sween has made a couple of errors over the series before, And I think this is one of them. I'm not too sure. It's gone upstairs to the replay, but that ball was thrown in, a ball that was hit mid-wicket, and he took off for a single. That was Aline, and was Williams, and the ball was thrown back. He didn't make his ground from where we at, but there's a referral. And he could be in some trouble.
Well,
I'm not too sure.
It didn't seem as if Sween gathered the ball properly, so it seemed as there was a fumble there.
His back was turned to us, we couldn't see the ball, and he was sort of struggling with the ball. But the bails came off eventually, and we would see what decision is in a few minutes. But
are they consulting with the TV umpires here? They haven't seen any signal?
Yes, they are. It's 40 for 2.
Okay, they have made the signal, all right.
It's 40 for 2. If you're hearing the music coming through the mic, it's a festive season, a festive time here at Arnesville playing field. The fans are enjoying themselves as the Vincentian music pumps through the mic. You know, Arnesville is a place where cricket has been played. It's an Easter Monday here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. It's a holiday. And we are having VPL cricket here at Arnesville playing field as we wait for that decision. Still waiting for it. So you have a competition, you have the game between Breakers here and Divers. Divers in reply to Breakers 99. They are 40 for 2. 40 for 2.
And the signal comes up that he is out. See it on the screen there, the red light came on. So Williams has been adjudged to be dismissed.
Well, fortunate for the wicketkeeper Sween, he got the bails off without disturbing it.
So let's look at the replay now. No, having looked at the replay, I think they would have to reconsider this. Having looked at the replay, it seems as if the bails were removed by his head. It seems as if the bails were removed by his head.
But it seems as Asif was run out on the other end.
Oh, so that's what they adjudged.
Yes, a double play. So Sunil was very smart, very quick to think. He probably made a mistake at the keeper's end, but he threw the ball at the bowler's end, and Sunil pulled the bails off while Asif was out of his crease. And we see Asif Hooper walking back to the pavilion. So they have lost Asif instead of Hooper, instead of Williams. So it's like a baseball where you have a double play. Strange situation here, but it has happened.
This is something that you would expect from Ambrose. Looking always to see where he can get himself in the game. Looking to win every game for sure, and finding a way to dismiss the opposition batsman.
Yes.
And I think when Asif sits and thinks about this, then he'll have to be very wrought with his own self, because he has nobody to blame.
Just looking at the replay there, that's down to the keeper's end. He fumbles there. He chose the ball now down to the other end where Asif was lingering. And he chose the ball now, the keeper down to there, and Sunil comes in and run him out. I'm not too sure, but he was a judge run out. I'm not too sure about that, but the rules may say differently. I have a different opinion in that one.
Well, we have to see whether that ball was dead.
Exactly. It spent some time in the keeper's glove. They were referring to another appeal while he was out of his crease, and the ball was thrown from the keeper's glove down to the other end, and it was given a run out. Something to look at, something to consider. But he's in the pavilion, game goes on. Over number 5.
So the Professor Aline, he comes into the bowling. Bowling now to Horn. Good delivery, beats him outside the off stump. I think that one would be a very controversial one.
Indeed it is.
It's going to spark a lot of discussion later on. Not only because of the way that it happened, but also the players involved, because on either side, you know, it's probably two of the most followed players in the country. So this one is wide on the leg side.
Well, that decision has been made by the third umpire, and Asif goes back to the pavilion. He wasn't too happy. But Aline continues here to bowl for the Breakers team.
And both sides after the power play were 40 for 3. Now it's 42 for 3. in the midst of the 5th over. So both sides want. Quite evenly poised. Williams is doing the job that we spoke about in the preview, where we mentioned in the preview that one of the middle order batsmen has to be that connection between the top order and the hitting at the lower order. And Williams has taken that mantle where he's trying to go as deep into the innings as possible with the hitters.
Well, he has to finish this game. If the Divers to win this game, he has to be at the crease, Williams. If he's not at the crease, it would pose a big problem for them finishing this game. There must be a batter who's already set to finish this game. Straw has just joined him. He needs to carry his bat to the end of this innings. But as you rightly said, Aline, he will be taking up the attack. He has bowled a very good first over. And he continues to do well in this tournament. He will be bowling to Williams, who has been there for a little while.
So Aline to Raishawn Williams. Slower delivery. Ooh. Aline may consider himself a bit lucky to get away with that one. I think it was probably just a little too slow in the end, and it deceived Williams for the extra lack of pace.
Well, that's a golden ball to be bowling here at this point. It was a sort of a full toss, a slower delivery, but he got away with it. Williams should have done better with that first delivery.
Absolutely.
Should be looking to score maximum from the first delivery from Aline.
I think he'll be looking for a slow delivery here to Westwick. Short. Tucking him up. They will get a single. Let's see what the signal is from umpire Butler. If it's leg by or off the glove. All right, seemed to come off the glove. Tucked him up just a little bit.
Another good delivery by Aline. Keeping things tight, keeping things interesting. Breakers and Divers. First game of the VPL 5.0. In a neck and neck battle here at Arnisville.
Shot.
Oh, my word.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Look at that.
Oh, my word. Look at that. Class. Stylish. Over mid-wicket. Into the fence. 6 runs. That's what we're talking about. A batsman that is set. He's in the middle of the order. This is what this is what the Divers were looking for. Someone to take it home for them. And this man could do it for them. 83 for 5 with Williams at the wicket. He has 22.
It's also an intelligent shot because he was hitting with the wind, so he just made sure that he hit the ball, lifted it and said, "Wind, do your job," because he didn't really put much effort into that. If he had done so at the other end, he most likely would have been caught. He would not have carried the boundary. So intelligent batting. Aline just a little bit by going onto his pad, and it was an easy shot for him in the end.
Indeed, he made it look very easy as well. Just walked into his wicket and whipped it off his pad over mid-wicket into the fence for 6. A really classy shot. That looks like a man in form. And this looks like the man who is the key between Breakers winning and Divers carrying this game home.
This one is wide, so he has to now move off his stumps, and he has overcompensated. He tried the wide Yorker, but he was just wide of that wide line, adjudged to be wide there by umpire Dyton Butler.
No, he's just overcompensating. Trying to get that ball on the off stump. He just been whipped off the pad for 6. Just trying to overcompensate, and he bowled a wide delivery.
This one now, it's in the gap. Oh no, that's good feeling. Very good feeling there. If that had passed, it looks like Warner. If that had passed him, it could have gone to the boundary for 4. Because there was nobody behind square on the boundary, on the onside. So it's now 85 for 5. They need 15 runs off 8 deliveries.
Well, how would it go? Nobody knows. Tries on strike.
Ooh. And there goes another one of those full toss slow deliveries. It seems as if he's getting it to dip though. And I think that is what is defeating the batsmen, because they're seeing one trajectory and all of a sudden when it gets to them, it's quite low. So it may turn out to be a good delivery in the end.
Well, what would Straw try to do here? Get on the strike or leave it to Williams? Who knows? Aline.
This one is off the edge. Good work by the keeper, Sween. Don't think we were able to say that too many times today, but that's good work by him. Keeps it down to 1 run. And now they require of the last over 14 runs.
I think Johnson would have the task of doing so. Well, the veteran Johnson, I'm not too sure what skipper would do. It depends. 1 over, 14 runs to go. Game number 1, VPL 5.0. We are at Arnesville playing field in this Dream 11 T10 competition tournament being played here at Arnesville playing field. The sun is out on its glory, and we're here down to the last over, the final over. Dylan Johnson with the ball in his hand. Divers need to get 14. Saltpan Breakers just need to bowl 6 deliveries. Williams is set on 23. He has with him red fixture, and Divers are looking for their force win. And also is the Breakers are looking for their force win as well. Game number 1. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very important phase of the game. And it can go either way. Straw on strike, facing his former school team captain, Dylan Johnson. So both of them would also be quite familiar with each other and what they're trying to do.
I think there will be a lot of slow deliveries, and York has been bowled here.
Yes, so that is what I expect as well.
Yeah. The field is back, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, no fine leg, no third man, a deep extra cover sweeper. So it's going to be full and straight. There's a change now. The sweeper is coming in because long off needs to come in. Right, that's the 4 pauses in the circle. There are 5. 5 pauses in the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 outside. Okay.
Yes, they can afford 1 more, but they have chosen to keep the 5 in. That's the feel that he wants to bowl to. Long off is out, long on, deep mid wicket, square leg. Fine leg is in the circle.
The singles
can't bowl any short one here.
The singles won't hurt you.
And this one is top edge, and it is going to go down to the boundary over the keeper's head for 4.
Now, if you had a fine leg or a third man, you may have been able to save that. But it's 4 runs to the Divers. They need 10 from 5 deliveries. 4 runs to Straw. 4 runs to Straw in the first delivery. That's a very good start for the Divers in this final over. They need another 10 from 5 deliveries. I think skipper should have been maximizing his 5 players. Well, he's now doing that. That could have saved the boundary. As I said, the singles cannot hurt you, but the boundaries would.
I'm wondering if they took too long to bowl the overs and they have only 5 that they could have outside the
that delivery. Trouble.
Okay, he goes back.
4 deliveries, Alanson. 10 runs to go.
I see it going down to the last ball, and for the sake of Kadir Ned, they would hope that they don't lose, by that 1 run that he refused.
Well, we spoke about that earlier, and it's coming down to the wire. 4 deliveries, 10 runs to get. Straw on strike. Williams is set on 22. What would you do? Take a single? Put Williams on the strike? Try to take it out the park? Something got to go.
Well, I know Dylan is not going to pitch anything up in the half of restrict, unless it's very wide off his off stump. Again, he goes length. Not going to bowl anything full.
They should have really be pushing for 2 here.
Absolutely. Every run is vital.
They should have been really pushing for 2. They settled for 1. 3 deliveries to go, 9 runs to get. But Williams is settled on 23. He's batted well so far. They need to get a boundary in this delivery. Whether it be 4 or a 6 to keep this game in their favor. They can't allow this delivery to bowl and they don't have a boundary.
Well, the set batsman is on strike, and as I said before, although Straw and Johnson would be extremely familiar with each other, I'm not too sure how familiar Johnson will be with Raishan Williams.
Well, he has to bowl. This one is clubbed into the man hands. He's dropped. Oh, Rashid Williams has put it down. Fredericks has put it down. A sitter again, Alanson. And my God, it continues here. Tantimol here at Arnesville. It was chucked into his hands. Fredericks came around and he spilled it. But importantly, it was 1 run. 2 deliveries remaining. They need to get 8 runs.
Yeah, you don't usually see that from Frederick either. He's a very good fielder. So that one is something that, when you see when the pressure is built up, this is the last over, kind of right. So anything can happen.
It's Johnson. This one is a
good delivery. Excellent delivery there. I think Stroy is opening himself a little bit too much to the onside, because if his left leg was a little straighter down the line, he could have gone down the ground with that one.
You remember that one run we spoke about? That one run that we spoke about? 7 runs from one delivery. Johnson cannot overstep. He cannot bowl an extra delivery. 1 delivery remaining, Alanson. 7 runs to get. If he makes a mistake, he may have to pay for it dearly. In this, the 4th game of the VPL 5.0. Last delivery. 1 scoring shot, really? What would it be?
Oh, and they win. That's good cricket there by Johnson. Excellent cricket. Showing his experience, showing his worth, and that's good cricket by him there.
Well, game number 1 have been completed. Breakers, the former champions in this tournament, have won their 1st game. Closely contested here with against the Grenadines Divers. They're coming away winning their 1st game, and I know that their fans are happy, but unfortunately for the Divers, they have lost another game in this tournament, and really not a good start for them. They need to pull themselves together, get with it, even if it's the 1st game. This is a tournament that is played and is highly contested as well. So congratulations to the Breakers winning their 1st game in this tournament. Unfortunately for the Divers, they have to settle for 2nd position here. And remember, there's another game in the bag to come, Alansu, but a very exciting game.
Yes, absolutely. And just before we speak about the other game, in this innings, we had the Grenadines Divers, and they were not able to get to their score of 100 that they needed to get to. They got to 94 for 5. Walton, who looked very good, hit some 2 very classy boundaries, but he was dismissed for 10 runs. Caught Ryan John Bull, Jamel Warwican. Haksha, he was caught in the 1st over by Warwican off the bowling of Ryan John. And Hooper was run out in controversial circumstances,
yes, indeed,
by Sunil Ambrose. But quick thinking there from Ambrose, and of course once you make the appeal, then the umpire has to adjudicate. And then Cody Horn, he was run out for 5 of 10 deliveries, basically sacrificed himself. And then Dean Brown, he made 13 off 7. Straw was not out, 10 off 9 deliveries. A good close game here, coming right down to the last delivery. Ryan John, he took 2 for 23 off his 2 overs. Dylan Johnson, none for 20 off his 2 overs. But the very important thing is that he defended that 14 off the last over. Warwican, 1 for 16 off his 2 overs. Frederick didn't get a wicket, but was miserly as usual. None for 14 off his 2 overs. And Ali, none for 19 off his 2 overs. The Salt Pan Breakers, they have won by 5 runs in the opening fixture of VPL5, Kenroy.
Well, an exciting finish here for the 1st game in the VPL 5.0. Breakers coming away champions, coming away winners. Unfortunately for the Divers, they didn't cross the line. And a very exciting game to start this tournament, Alanson. And I'm looking forward for more games like this in the tournament as we go forward. And really a good finish to this 1st game.
Absolutely, and in a little while we'll have the 2nd game where we have the finalists from last year, the defending champions, the Hikers, versus the runner-up, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, here at the Arnoldsville playing field in game 2. But we'll hear from Stacey and Adams and her team shortly as they build up to that game. But for now, we'll take a little break here at the Arnoldsville playing field. And remember that this is Dream 11 VPL 5 Cricket, our way, Kenroy.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the South Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alinson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We're here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashid Fredericks, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the South Pond Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year. And also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL. And he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat and a lot of their batters can bowl. So sometimes it's hard to tell, whether it's a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but that's a debate that we can have later. But it's a good all-round team, in my opinion.
Yes, and as you said, welcome back to Sunil Ambris as captain for the Breakers. And welcome back to Jeremy Lane as well, who was a key player in them winning that first inaugural tournament, and also Ryan John in the middle. We also have a newcomer, Rashid Fredericks, who have been very effective for other teams in this tournament. Strikers, he's now with them, so that adds some strength to them as well, and he's a very good batter and fielder. So the South Pond Breakers, they are a very good all-round team on paper. They are a very competitive team. Compared to the last one, I think that they're very much balanced.
All right. Well, we selected a best 11 for this squad. Can you?
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Welcome back to the stunning pitches here at the Annisville playing field, and we had an exhilarating game in match 1's encounter between the Salt Pond Breakers and the Grenadine Divers. The Salt Pond Breakers becoming eventual victors in that game. But game 2 promises to be even more thrilling, as it is a repeat of last year's finalists between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the La Supre Hikers. I am Stacey Ann Adams, and I have alongside me Alanson Cruikshank. Welcome, Alanson.
Thank you, Stacey, and good afternoon to all of you, or good day to you wherever you are in the world. And welcome to Dream 11 VPL version 5. Cricket all over here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, we have the La Supre Hikers. They are the defending champions, Alanson Cruikshank. They are facing up the Botanical Gardens Rangers. And we should note that there are some players that are missing from the La Supre Hikers who will be key, who has been key to their championships over the years. We will get the names for you in a brief moment.
Yeah, and I think some players are missing, as you said, but it will be confirmed at the toss for sure. So we'll definitely know that that's the case in a few minutes. But it would mean that for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, it's an excellent opportunity for them to take revenge for the final last year and to start off with a win, because they'll be playing against a depleted La Supre Hikers this afternoon.
Yes, but we know the La Supre Hikers, they are a fighting team, and they won't be going down without a fight, Alanson. So we expect to see an exciting contest between these two teams as we get ready for the toss shortly. But we'll take a short break and get back to you with the toss.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the South Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alinson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
A matchup from the finals last year, and here we are, game number 2 with these two. We have Jahil Walters with the coin and Keswick Williams for the Grenadines Divers, the Rangers, who would be doing the toss. Heads it all, tail it is. Well, Hikers have won the toss. You are defending champions. You know that you're missing a couple of players. What is the plan for this game?
I just go out there and be positive. We're confident in the team, so we just go out there and put runs on the board, and hopefully the bowling could back up in the end.
Right, you're missing a couple of big players, Desron Maloney, and also your big batsman. What is the plan going into this game with the other players?
As I said before, we just be positive as always. Back yourself, back your batters, and hopefully everything work to plan.
Okay, here with from Jahil Walters for the Hikers. Keswick Williams, final game last year, you fall short against the Hikers, first game for the season. What is your plans going into this game?
The plans is to take it one step at a time. I mean, we're going to bowl first on this wicket today, so it's just a matter of us to just execute our plans from the start. I mean, and who execute the plans the most in this game is going to come out victorious. A game of T10 is very fast-paced. By the end of the day, we have a lot of experienced players, so we just have to stick to our guns, back ourselves, play aggressive cricket, but still at the same time play each ball at a time. Well,
you have a new team, new setup. Anybody looking forward for coming out today in this game?
Yeah, we have Andre Fletcher back. We have Primus. We have Ravendra Prasad. These three guys play professional cricket. They have experience in T10 cricket, so they know how to play cricket. So at the end of the day, it's just a matter of them to just bring their experience, and then we come out champs at the end of this game. That's the main thing. That's what we want to do.
Thank you very much, and all the best in this game.
Yes, thanks much.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, Rangers versus Hikers. Last game of the season, last tournament, VPL 5.0. This is a rematch.
We're back here in the commentary booth, and the toss was won by the Lasufre Hikers. It appears as if the Lasufre Hikers, they are going to have a bowl first. Just hold on a moment, let me confirm that.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground, and confirmation, the Lassufre Hikers, they won the toss and they are going to have a bat first. What do you make of that decision, Alanson?
It's not totally surprising because the captain is a batsman and he's, in his first game, he'd probably want to put his best foot forward as a young captain in the absence of many of his senior teammates. And I think that he'll just want to do what he has to do first, probably without the pressure of a chase. It's an interesting decision. It could go either way, but I think that with the depleted squad, he wants his young batsmen to bat without the pressure of the chase.
Yes, Jahil Walters, the standing captain for this game. I think also they maybe looked at the first game and maybe made their decision based off of that. The team that batted first in that encounter turned out to be winners on that occasion. However, let's move on to the teams. We mentioned that there are some notable changes, some players that won't be able to take part in this game because of their commitments to another tournament. They are actually finalists in Vincent and the Grenadines team. They are finalists in that tournament. Today they are playing the finals. Regular captain Desron Maloney, he is absent. They also have Dylan Douglas, one of their most dependable players. He's also absent. And Otniel Lewis, the player of the tournament in VPL3, he is also missing. So some key members of their squad are missing there, Alanson.
Yeah, those would be huge absences for the Lassufre Hikers. And as I said before, it's an important opportunity for the Botanical Gardens Rangers to start off with a win and go one up quite early, especially against the team that beat them in the finals last time around.
Yes, so the full squad reads as Jahil Walters captain, Jonathan Carter and Larry Edward. Those are the two overseas players. You also have Ryan Williams, the player with the most wickets in last year's tournament, Jeremy Haywood, OJ Matthews, Alian Caesar, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, and Rishon Lewis rounding out the 11 for the Lassufre Hikers.
Yes, and for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, their playing 11 looks quite interesting. They have as their captain, Keswick Williams, of course, Andre Fletcher, the Spice Man out of Grenada, was very impactful in the last tournament, but had to leave during the final weekend. And I'm sure that he would want to ensure that he's here for the entire tournament this time around and maybe put his team one step forward instead of being finalists, probably being champions this time around. Roshan Primus, Vincent Roots, the bowling all-rounder, strong hitter, useful medium pacer, smart in terms of the way he mixes up his deliveries and so on. Has played for the St. Lucia's Zooks and St. Lucia's Stars, as they are now called as well. So very important there. Roshan Primus, as we said. Kieran Katoy, Windward Islands all-rounder. Brilliant fielder. Ravindra Prasad out of Barbados, one of the overseas players for this team, along with Andre Fletcher. Wayne Harper, dependable wicketkeeper batsman. Ronnie Jeffrey. Tishan Pope, the young all-rounder. Jaron John. Atticus Brown, the experience. Michael Joseph. And that rounds off the first 11 here for this fixture. Stacey.
Yes, it makes us wonder, as well as the viewers, who will be that player that will put their hand up for the Lassufre Hikers in the absence of three key members from their squad today. We might have a look at Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward. Those are the overseas players that will be coming in to the Lassufre Hikers setup. But also we should mention Ryan Williams. He had most wickets for them last year, so he might be the man that has to step up with the ball for them in this tournament, Alanson.
Yes, and in VPL3 he took a lot of wickets, and in VPL4 he ended up with the most wickets as well. So he had consecutive good performances. After in the first VPL he didn't bowl as well as he would have wanted to in that first VPL competition, and so he has come into his own in the last two competitions. He don't want to show that he has what it's worth in this time around and to continue his good performances for his team.
Yeah, indeed so. At this time we'll take a short break. And when we get back to you, the thrilling action continues here in VPL5, Cricket Our Way.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
With every moment. The sounds I heard, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. I am Stacey Ann Adams. I have alongside me Alanson Crookshank and the Lassouvre Hikers. They have won the toss and they have decided to get first knock on this wicket. The Botanical Gardens Rangers. They are bowling. I see the batters in the middle. Seems to be Jahil Walters, captain. Not sure who the other batter is. We'll get his name for you shortly. Umpire Jonathan Blades and Dayton Butler. We'll see over proceedings for this encounter between these two teams who were finalists in last edition, VPL4. Lassouvre Hikers, of course, being champions in that edition.
Yes, welcome to our viewers again for this encounter here at the Arnorsville playing field. As Stacey Ann said, repeat of the finals from last year. And we have a very interesting proposition here in this game where it's almost a grudge match, you will see, Stacey, where the finalists are playing against each other, albeit that the Lassouvre Hikers team are a bit depleted. But it seems as if Carter is opening the batting. He'll be opening the batting, Jonathan Carter. And Primus will be opening the bowling, it seems. Yes. So he's taking off his cap now, Stacey Ann. So he'll be opening the bowling. He'll be bowling to Carter. And the other batsman is seem to have some issues with the numbers there. So as soon as we have a good look at him, we'll be able to tell who it is. We're just waiting for the time to tick over, Stacey. Seems that it's already 2:30.
Yes, Roshan Primus runs in to Walters. Carter, Jonathan Carter, and it's a wide delivery to start there from Rashawn Primus.
Okay, but it seems as if you could see what his plan will be. He tried to stay wide of Carter. Carter strong on the onside. Not too bad on the offside as well, but he's very strong off his pads. And he's good down the ground. So he doesn't want to be too close to him early up. So starting with a defensive mindset here early, Primus.
Oh, a swing and a miss there from Jonathan Carter, signaling his intent early to score. Or just missing out, looking to hit that ball through the covers.
Yeah, but it's a good length. It wasn't a half volley by any means. His opening partner is Kyotan Lavia, who was previously with the Strikers for all the editions of the VPL so far, from edition 1 to 4.
Yes, getting a promotion in the batting in this team, Curtin Lavier. Usually he's a batter that comes in the lower order. See the third delivery, well, second legal delivery to be bowled by Primus here. Fuller missing out again. Good length being bowled here by Rashawn Primus.
So it is clear, Stacey, and the plan is to bowl full and wide of off stump. He has a 5-4 offside field. And looking to keep the ball out of Carter's wheelhouse and off his pads where he's very strong.
Yes, with that line and length, I'll be tempted to put employer slip early, Allenson, just to see if you get any seam movement or any swing away. If that ball catches the outside edge, it's going to run away for 4. And as I've said that, I see the captain has decided to put in a 4 slip. So good thinking here from Kesrick Williams, putting in a 4 slip, removing the man from that short mid-wicket area. I'm sending him to mid-off and putting the mid-off into that.
Seems as if you have a mic to the captain, Stacey.
This one is too full and it's been dispatched by Jonathan Carter. 4 runs to him to get his tournament up and running.
Yeah, that one was too full there, and easy shot for Carter. Carter, no stranger to any of us here. He has played for the West Indies, a few limited overs fixtures, so a player of caliber when you come back down to this level, of course, so you'll be wanting to demonstrate that. And that was a full delivery, wide of off stump, full toss, easy for him to put away in the gap.
Yes, not the plan here, not the plan that the captain. Too full again. This one is immaculate placement from Jonathan Carter between the two players at that cover, looking at that sort of cover and point region. Excellent start from Jonathan Carter.
Yeah, so because he had a wide all in the over, and then that one that he was a little bit wider with thereafter was driven for 4. Just a bit of overcompensation. He came a bit too close to him here now, and that one was in his range, and he smacked it past cover. Lovely shot for 4.
Indeed, and the captain, he has given the bowler a slip after those 2 beautiful deliveries from him, and then he overpitched on those and the last 2 deliveries. The batter equal to the task, picking up 4.
So he most likely will try to pull his length back here a little bit on this delivery. Let's see.
Too full again, and Jonathan Carter is certainly putting his hand up for high run smashing 4s of the tournament, as he has released 3 4s in that region. And now some thoughts here by Kesrick Williams. Should he put that man out at that cover region, Allenson?
No, well, now you have to be honest and say that is not a good delivery. That is bad bowling. Because if that's the plan, and also I would say that the field placement doesn't really align with what they're trying to do. If they're saying that they're going to bowl wide off stump, then they need somebody on the point boundary, as opposed to maybe on that square leg boundary. It'll be difficult for you to hit the man over square leg if you're bowling wide off stump, unless you improvise. So they keep the feel. Stacey, huh?
Oh, swing and a miss again from Jonathan Carter. He's admonishing himself there, saying that he missed out on that last delivery. At the end of the over, the score is 13 without loss. So a good start from the Lassifree Hikers.
Yes, very good start. And I think that line and that length is along where he wants to be. However, I still think that they need some more protection on the offside. If they're going to have that ploy, then I think they still should put back the point and bring up the man on the leg side. Invite him to probably do something like improvise. Probably, Carter is one of those who looks for those cheeky shots. He might go across his stump, make an error. in judgment or something like that. So sometimes, just those little things can be the difference.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you there, Allenson. It was 3 out of 3. 3 good balls and 3 bad balls in that over. Missing his line and led with those 3 balls that went for 4. And then we saw the last deliveries where he would have wanted to be for those three balls prior. And he got it right on the last delivery. We see Kesrick Williams has introduced himself into the attack, and he will be bowling to Curtin Lavier. I don't believe Curtin Lavier will be looking to hang around Allenson. I think he'll come out here with the plan of putting back to ball as early as possible.
A good cricket from him, a nice single. Punches it on the offside, takes a single. Gives the strike back over to the experienced Carter. So I think that might be the ploy. They're sending him to have a license to hit, but if he doesn't get it in his area, then give the strike to Carter.
Yes, smart cricket from him, and it's something that we ignore in the shorter format. The singles play a vital role as well. Yes, we want the boundaries, but as much as you can alleviate the dot balls, it will be better for your team at the end of the innings. The Jonathan Carter is face up for his first delivery to Kesrick Williams. A traditionally set field, similar to Roshan Primus. So movement away there, an appeal by Kesrick Williams, turned down by umpire Butler.
Yeah, that one seemed to elude the edge there, but Kesrick getting excited. It's a 6-3 field, 6 on the offside, 3 on the on. As you mentioned, the traditional starting field as you would have in most limited overs fixtures. A man at mid-on, that's Passad. Short fine leg in brown. And a deep square leg. Everyone else inside the circle.
This has been walked over to the mid-vacant, mid-wicket region, and Jonathan Carter is on fire. This is his 4th 4 of the innings, definitely putting up his hand for the Hyrule smashing 4 of the tournament.
Yes, they cannot sleep on Carter here. You must remember that Carter is a player who, in his earlier years, he actually was well known on the T20 circuit. In fact, in one of those Champions League games, I could remember that he played in one of those games and scored a very big half century, almost got 100 in a 2020 game at that level. So you can't sleep on him here. He has a lot of experience, a lot of talent. People would have wanted him to go on a bit more, but let's see how he goes in this tournament.
Better delivery there from Kesrick. Just tucking him up a bit, not being able, he didn't have the room to play that delivery. So good comeback there from Kesrick. The field that they have set would tell you that Kesrick is trying to keep it a bit outside the off stump to get him playing to that packed offside field. The stoppage in play here from umpire Butler seemed to be signaling to someone outside. Actually, it's been called a no ball. It's been called a no ball, and it's a free hit. It's a late call there for no ball by umpire Butler. Overstepping was Kesrick Williams on that occasion, and Jonathan Carter has a free hit to face. Excellent delivery there from Kesrick Williams in a beautiful Yorker length delivery. Nothing much that Jonathan Carter could have done with that.
Yes, a very good wide Yorker. Didn't allow him to get under that delivery. It was a free hit. And a good comeback there by Kesrick. He wouldn't be pleased with that no ball. So he needs to try to keep his foot behind the line. Don't want to give away too many free hits. Or any at all.
2-4. Oh, excellent stop there from Kesrick Williams. That was traveling. I know one might say it's a drop catch. It will go down in the book as a drop catch. But I'll say he saved, definitely saved 4 there, Allenson.
Yes, he saved his life as well. He almost decapitated him. He was agile enough to get low, and so his hands were high as opposed to being making his head a target. So he got low and his hands were up high still. And, almost held on to what would have been a very good contender for the catch of the tournament. Island Sips goal and grab.
Short delivery. That's not the length to be bowling and with the feel that you have, but it just plugs a bit, and the batters, they come back for 2.
I think he got away with that length that he just bowled on that last delivery. He didn't really time it fully. Came off the top half of the bat, went over mid-on, didn't bounce away to the boundary. So 2 runs taken in the end, 21 without loss.
Yes, a good start here from the Lassifree Hikers. Carter seems to be in good form. He's not missing out on any bad balls. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll have to come up with a plan to deter the scoring rate of the Lassifree Hikers.
And it's going to be a bowling change here, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, Ravindra Prasad, another overseas player, is going to be introduced into the attack.
And he's a spinner. See Wayne Harper, the keeper, calling for his helmet. He's going to be up to the stumps. And Prasad, one of the overseas players for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So they are basically at full strength at this point, unlike the Hikers, as we mentioned before. And he'll be bowling to Curtin Lavia in the 3rd over. What would he be trying to do here, Stacey? And you see that in the field, it's a deep mid-wicket, a long on.
Excellent stop there from Kieran Kotoy, and then giving it away with an overthrow. But an excellent stop, certainly stopped some runs. Could have been 4 or more. He didn't time it well, but a good stop there to get the dangerous Jonathan Carter on strike. And I believe Ravindra, he would prefer to bowl to the left-hander. So let's see how Jonathan Carter faces up to Ravindra Prasad in this over.
I actually don't think. I think he might have wanted to bowl to Curtin Lavia for a few more deliveries. The way that Carter has been going, also it will be turning into him. So Kotoy with a brilliant stop there, saved 2, I think, but then gave away 1.
Too short, but luckily it plays it to the man at point. I was just thinking about the matchup. He seemed to be an off-break bowler. No, he's a left-arm placer. So definitely not in his favor bowling to the left-handed batter, but he has bowled 2 dot deliveries to him so far. So good start to Jonathan Carter.
And he'll be familiar with Carter as well. You know, the both are Barbadian players, and they have played against each other, I'm sure, quite a bit on the local scene over there.
Gives himself some room, but only able to play it down to the man at mid-off for a single. So clear intent here from Jonathan Carter. He's not messing around. He wants to make the most of this batting power play.
But that's smart bowling by Prasad. He saw him give room, but the length was ideal. It dropped right on the crease, so he wasn't able to get under it and power it away. So that's a very good bowling there by Prasad. A good start by him so far in his 1st over.
It's a mighty swing from Curtin Lavia, and this goes all the way for 6. Massive hit there from Curtin Lavia. He has had enough. Jonathan Carter was having all the fun, and he decides to join in on the act as well.
Yeah, that one was, I don't know if he thought he was still bowling to the left-hander, but to be honest, that one was right in the wheelhouse, as we would say, for Curtin Lavia. It was slower, it was flighted, it was just outside off stump, and he was able to get use of his arms, free his arms over long on, hitting a big 6 there on the Mike Finley Pavilion. Ball hasn't come back as yet. We don't know if it has stuck somewhere on the roof.
In fact, we see the 3rd umpire making his way out with that box of balls. He seemed like he would be a busy man, the 3rd umpire in this tournament, the way these players are hitting them in the VPL5.
Well, one of the things that we have noticed as we have gone further and further in the VPL is that the hitting ability of the batsmen across all versions has improved drastically. I mean, in the first tournament, you saw a lot of balls skying, not going anywhere, you know, and sometimes ill-judged, I would say, attempts at striking the ball in terms of the shot selection and whatever, but it has improved so much, and that's something that we have to give the tournament organizers credit for, and also the coaching staff, the managers and so on of the teams, the strategists, and of course the players themselves who have worked on that ability to make themselves marketable in this competition and beyond, of course.
Back live, Ravindra Prasad continues to Curtin Lavia, who has just hit him for a massive 6. He has 1 delivery remaining. He'll want to get out of this over. 2 short, and excellently played there by Curtin Lavia, and that runs away for 4. So good thinking from him, getting the ball up and over the fielder at the point region, and after that, the ball had the legs to race into the boundary for 4.
I was saying earlier in the over that it was smart bowling from Revenge of Prasad, but this was smart batting from Curtin Lavia. He realized that the last delivery was a bit flighted and a bit full, and it is likely that Prasad will pull back his length and bowl a little flatter, and he was there waiting on the back foot to cut that away. So that was good thinking from him.
Yes, indeed. The key to that shot was how late he played it. He waited on it, as you mentioned, and was able to just place it up and over the fielder, ensuring that he collect 4 vital runs for his team. And the score moves on to 33 after 3 overs, as we see the captain, Kesrick Williams, is ringing the changes. And now a matchup in his favor. Atticus Brown, an off spinner, comes into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Jonathan Carter. But matchup or not, Allenson, if you bowl rubbish, it's going to travel. We know how it is in this tournament.
Yes, indeed. And he's hitting to the shot, to the boundary that he's hitting with the wind when he's at this end. And of course, if he gets a single, Curtin will be hitting into the wind, but he'll be having the matchup of that off spinner. I think sometimes matchups are overrated. They do have some effect on the game, but good players, it doesn't really matter what you bowl. And if you're a good bowler, it doesn't matter who's batting.
Good start there from Atticus. A wild swing and a miss from Carter. He should be looking to hit that through the covers, as we see a 12 fielder has entered the field. There's a dog that everybody is trying to chase off. He'll get off eventually, just taking a stroll. Atticus continues. Good delivery from him, tucking up Carter, not allowing him to free his arms. He takes a single. Curtin Lavia is now on strike.
Yes, Atticus is a smart bowler. He himself is also a left-handed batsman, so he'll have an idea of what Carter is trying to achieve against him, and he'll be trying to counter that. And so far, his length and his line has been good to Carter in this over.
Two fielders out, man at long on and the mid-wicket boundary. A hands and head moment, and there's a mix-up. Oh, and he's been run out. A mix-up there, and we see as the tournament continues, this is something we have to keep our eye on these teams that has a lot of changes in them, Allenson. We see the miscommunication between the two batters, and Curtin Lavia has been run out.
I think it was unfortunate for Lavia because he was almost dismissed of that delivery. And as a batsman, your instinct is to make sure that you're not out. So he was trying to get his foot back in his crease and everything like that. And in that moment, Carter, having seen the ball bounce, so we called him through. But, you know, it was already too late because he was trying to make sure that he was not out.
You know what the coaches would say to that one? You were ball watching. You weren't paying attention to your partner. I know he was looking down. He was looking at the delivery. But he should have been listening to the call of his partner. I don't know if there was clear communication between the two of them. Unfortunately, it results in the run out of Curtin Lavia. And Jahil Walters, the captain for today, has made his way to the middle. So a good breakthrough there for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, because the Hikers, they were going great guns in this power play.
Yeah, and Curtin Lavia looked probably the best that I have seen him look in this competition thus far. He was striking it well and looked pretty organized, so he'll be disappointed that his innings was curtailed.
Down the wicket, and he's bowled him. Advancing to the Atticus Brown, and on this occasion, Allenson, the matchup works in favor of the off spinner.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yes, you would say that is the matchup, but when you really think of it, it wasn't the turn that defeated him. It was just a good length delivery, and he saw him coming down. He pulled the length back. It was a bit flatter, and it deceived him. So good thinking there by Atticus. As I said before, he is a good thinking bowler because he bats, and he knows what the batsman is trying to do, and he's able to execute what he's trying to do. And even though he's a part-timer, he has proven very useful in this tournament, even up to this point. And
yes, I understand the need to get on with it in the power play. However, Jonathan Carter, he was striking it so well. They just lost the wicket. There was really no need to jump down the wicket and look for a big shot. His head was down, his head was up in the air. You saw that. So definitely, he wasn't going to make connection in the end. So good bowling, good thinking there from Atticus, and good bowling change from the captain to bring on his off spinner.
Excellent all around. But what I say about Carter is that is something that has hampered him when he went on to the higher level, and even at the first class level and so on. He a very talented batsman, but tends to give his wicket away very often.
Yes, I'll come back to his dismissal after this delivery is bowled.
The new batsman is Thomas, O'Neill Thomas.
Yes. Playing nicely there to the point fielder. Good stop by Jeffrey. Yes, what I want to say about his dismissal is he played 3 glorious shots to the covers for 4. And ever since the spinners were introduced, he's been trying to hit them through the onside. Well bowled there again by Atticus. A quick single by Thomas. Yes, he's been trying to hit them to the onside instead of looking to just play it the same way he's been playing, because there were deliveries outside his off stump that he could have looked to hit through the offside. Instead of that, he was looking to play it through the offside, which probably at the end of the day frustrated him and he gave his wickets away. So that's the end of the power play. And the Lastbury Hikers, they are 35 for 2. Curtin Lavia dismissed batter. Run out by Joseph. He made 12 of 5 deliveries. And Jonathan Carter, who started promisingly, he made 20 of 18 balls, eventually bowled by Atticus Brown.
And bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Primus, he has 1 over. He went for 13 runs. No wickets. Keswick Williams 1 over and 8 runs, no wickets. Passad, he went for 12 in his solitary over. Atticus Brown, 1 over, 1 for 2. Excellent start by him. And something that we need to bear in mind here as well, Stacey, and is that these 2 very young batsmen at the crease, they were formerly within the Botanical Gardens Rangers setup not that long ago. So they'll be very familiar. They want to make an impact playing against their former team.
Yes, Ravindra Prasad, he's going to continue. He's bowling. He's being bowled out by his captain Keswick Williams. He's bowling to O'Neill Thomas. Shortish delivery, not put away. They get a single.
That one was short and flatter. He didn't want to give that one air. The last time he gave it air, it went over long on against Curtin Lavia. So he has pulled his length back and bowling a little bit quicker.
Jahil.
Prasad on his back has Ravi or Ravindra.
Shortish delivery, but quicker, as you mentioned. He's not bowling it with too much air, as you mentioned. He's bowling it quicker into the batters, so it'll be left to them to improvise to score some runs off his bowling.
And what you will see from these 2 is that they will run for everything. These 2 young batters, they are quick between the wickets. They have a good understanding, so they'll be running a lot. Ooh.
Similar delivery to the one that he bowled to him earlier. This time he opts to rock back on the back foot and try to put it away, but missing out on that delivery, one might say. That one was slower this time from Ravindra Prasad. So mixing up his pace well. We see that he's mixing up his pace well to O'Neill Thomas. Tries some improvisation and missing out, a reverse sweep, not connecting on that occasion. So excellent over here from Ravindra Prasad so far, Alanson.
Yeah, this is something that you have seen from O'Neill sometimes in the past, and I'll speak about it a little bit after.
This one is shorter. Not timed well, only be a single. Yes, continue what you were saying, Alanson.
Yeah, where he gets into this mode of trying to hit every ball to the boundary. And while that is good intent in the turnover game, you still have to consider what your role is in the team. So as a youngster in the team, you have this opportunity because he may not be in the first 11 when the others come back. Knock the ball around, get yourself set. Your team has lost all the wickets. And then when you're setting the wicket and fully in the groove of things, then you can look to up the ante. And when I say fully set, it might just be 10 balls that you face, and you can get going thereafter.
Sure, I agree with you there, Alanson. At the halfway stage, they are 38 for 2. What sort of total do you think they can get themselves up to, Alanson?
Well, I think they would need maybe 90 to 100 in order to be competitive. But I'm not sure that they will get there. These 2 will have a lot of work to do to get there. As you said, the team is a depleted team. So for those watching at home and wondering what is happening with the Hikers, a few of their players are missing.
This is beautifully placed and well timed by O'Neill Thomas, who just waited on it and slapped it straight past the bowler for 4. So excellent batting from Arnell Thomas. More of what he needs to do, just be patient, wait on it, and place it and time it.
Yeah, and Atticus there, he was looking for a wicket. He was trying to buy a wicket. Very slow and loopy outside off stump, asking him to stretch. But Arnell was able to get a lot of bat on it and got it straight. And beat it, he beat the dive there of Katoy.
Shot on this occasion, hit out to the diving field at that mid-wicket boundary, Tijon Pope, who makes a valiant effort to catch that. Unfortunately, it landed just in front of him. So Arnell Thomas is safe on that occasion.
Yeah, one thing you see with this team is that you have a couple of gun feelers in Katoy and Pope for sure.
Not good signs here at the Annisville playing field. We're hoping that this rain doesn't come down as we see the ground staff mix their way over to the covers. Too short, and this has been put away by Jahil Walters, Captain Jahil Walters. High rune maximum by Captain Jahil Walters.
Yeah, and Jahil, what he did this year in the local competitions, that he scored a lot of runs in all the formats. He was very prolific throughout the year, and I think that has given him a bit more confidence. We saw in some of the previous VPL editions that he looked a little bit betwixt and between in terms of how to approach his innings. But I think that you'll see something different from him this year. And with the captaincy, I think that would bring a lot of confidence to him.
It's caught behind. After hitting a 6, an anti-climax of sort, he's caught behind by Atticus Brong, who's doing the damage here for the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Would you say it's the commentator's curse, Stacey? I was just bigging him up on the previous delivery, and now he has been dismissed after hitting that 6. It was wide and there for the cut, but his body was not. He still was opened up a bit too much and looking to hit through the leg side. So his weight was not going towards the offside. He was pulling off the ball, and so he was only able to get a little edge through to Wayne Harper, who took a good catch.
Yes, and that is what defeated him in the end. As we see the umpires, they have decided enough is enough, and that rain is going to come down. They've called for the covers. At this point in time, the happier team would be the Botanical Gardens Rangers, picking up 3 quick wickets, and the Lassifree Hikers, they are 49 for 3 in the 6th over.
Yes, and they have dismissed Carter and Lavier, and also Walters now being dismissed of that delivery that we just saw. So they're well now into the batting lineup. The next will be Larry Edward, it seems, and then Ryan Williams, and then Haywood, Matthews, and so on. So it's a point in the innings where for the Lassifree Hikers, they are staring down the barrel, so to speak. So these 2 batsmen who will be resuming whenever we have the resumption after this shower, they need to put down their heads and carry the team to a good score, because it's not looking good for them at this point in the game. Considering how many players they have missing, a lot would have depended on the top order batting for most of the overs, which again calls into question the shot that Carter played. Stacey, and it caused that shot that Carter played into question.
Yes, indeed. So right after losing that first wicket of Curtin Lavier, Carter, a man of his experience, really should have looked to hold his head down and up to bat longer. Unfortunately, it brought about good bowling by Atticus Brong, brought about his demise. At this point in time, we're going to take a short break here as we do some weather watching here at the Annisville Cricket Ground, hoping that the rain will evade us soon. So we'll be back shortly.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
And we are back at the Annisvale Cricket Ground to overcast skies. We had a short rain delay, and we are back. Atticus Brown is about to resume, and he's bowling to new batter, Rashawn Lewis. Yeah, just before the break, Jahil Walters, captain, he was caught behind after bowling of Atticus Brown. He will resume to Rashawn Lewis, who faces up his first delivery to him. This one is short and muscled to that mid-wicket area, and that's a high run smashing four from Rashawn Lewis. First ball he faces, he's put it away, Allenson.
Yeah, that one was a bit too short. That same delivery was pulled away for 6 by Jahil 2 deliveries ago before he was out. And so that's just an area that, of course, because Atticus is a part-timer, every now and again he will owe in terms of his line and in his length.
Short again, and this has been played down to the man at the middle, long on boundary, and they come back for 2. No changes to the overs here at the Annisvale Cricket Ground.
Yes, so they will have a full 20-over fixture, 10 overs aside. So after 6 overs, the Hikers are 55 for 3, so their run rate is not that bad. They have lost a few wickets. What they would need from these two is a partnership. 2 very young players. Lewis just coming out of under 19 really, and Thomas just a little bit older, but 2 very young players. They'll need to navigate their way through the next few overs to put their side in a good position.
As we see Kieran Katoy, a very experienced bowler, he's being introduced into the attack. At this stage, the last 3 Hikers, they are 55 for 3, and they'll be hoping to get up to that 90 runs mark. That will seem safe to them, but we know that the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have a very strong batting lineup. So somehow, if they can get 45 more runs from these next 4 overs, that will be great for the last 3 Hikers.
And I remember earlier when we were doing the preview, and I said something after this delivery from Katoy as he bowls to Thomas.
Short delivery, smack down the ground, but it goes to the man at long off.
Yeah, while we were doing the previews, and for those who have seen them online, they're on VPL T10 YouTube's page, VPL T10's YouTube page. the preview for this team, we said that we were wondering who was going to do some of the spin bowling other than Katoy. But you notice that Brown has bowled his 2 overs, Katoy is bowling, and of course Prasad, who is the overseas player, has also bowled his 2 overs. So they may get 6 overs of spin, which is quite a lot. So they're answering the question as to who will be bowling the slow overs for them.
This one has been crunched to the man at long on. Just one more. They'll definitely need to get more boundaries in these last 3 and a bit overs that's remaining for them, the last 3 hikers. And yes, Alanson, you did mention you seem to favor the spinners in this competition. You did mention that the spinners will be key in these sorts of competitions.
It was just an observation. There have been some medium pacers who have done well in the tournament, but you can pick them out one here and there. But generally speaking, it is the spinners who have been more impactful over the years.
This one is skied. There's a fielder under it, and he takes a comfortable catch to dismiss Arnold Thomas. He needed to get on with it. Look to hit that one over to the mid-wicket region, but getting a top edge to the fielder at point.
Yeah, for the leg spinner, he would have been better served trying to cut that one through the offside for 4. But unfortunate there, looking to get under that, and it didn't have a lot of bounce on the delivery either. So that would have made hitting it for 6 even more difficult. So cutting it on the ground would have been the better option. But he goes back now, dismissed. Edward now will join Rishawn Lewis at the wicket. And they need to put some runs on the board for the hikers.
Yes, and good captaincy and good bowling as well from Katoy to bring his leg spinner at this side. You know that this is a shorter end, the end that's going with the wind. The ball will travel with the wind. So the batters, they will look to capitalize. The right-handed batters, rather, will look to hit that ball in that mid-wicket region. And he was playing against a spin. So it's never wise to go against a spin. And we see that brought about his demise. Larry Edward, a left-handed batter on this occasion, will be facing up to Kieran Katoy.
Yes, and it's Katoy's Windward Islands teammate, Larry Edward from St. Lucia. Left-hand batsman, left-arm orthodox spinner.
Neatly tucked down to that long-on region. They're looking for 2. The 2 is not on as Rishawn Lewis sends him back. So smart bowling from Kieran Katoy so far in this over.
Yeah, his length has been good so far, and his line. And you have to consider that he's not under a lot of pressure as well as a leg spinner at this point. The scoreboard is in favor of his team in terms of the run rate, so he's bowling as well to some inexperienced players.
This one has been muscled down to that long-on boundary. Well played there from the young man for Hiron smashing for all along the ground from Rishawn Lewis. A lot of power in that shot, Alanson.
Yes, and you look at Lewis, he packs a punch. That one was not a bad delivery. It wasn't really short, nor was it full. But he simply just flat batted it down the ground. Very strong young man. You can see that he's stockily built. And he has shown that his build is not just for the show. He's actually able to put some of that into the ball.
One is played uppishly to the fielder at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that one was the googly. He slowed it right down. And he didn't really time that one, did Lewis. But interesting. There's 63 for 4 after 7, Stacey-Ann.
Yes.
They're going at exactly 9.
Yes, good over there from Katoy. His experience coming to the fore. Just 8 runs coming from his over. And he picked up that wicket as well of Arnold Thomas for some smart bowling. So 7 overs have gone here. What sort of score do you think the last 3 hikers will be looking to get at this point?
They were really aiming for between 90 and 100 runs, but I think, judging from what we have seen in the first game, although 99 was defended, I still don't think that it was enough. I think they should have made more. So I think that for them to feel comfortable, they need to get in excess of 100. Whether or not they can do so from this position will be left to be seen as we have a change in the bowling there.
Yes, it'll take some great going by these two to get anywhere up close to 100. Rashawn Lewis, he's striking them well, and Geron John has been introduced into the attack from the backward end. Full delivery to start, and he slashes this one just past the diving Kesrick Williams. They hustle back for 2. So good run in there from Rashawn Lewis.
Yeah, that one was a little full and loopy, and he was able to get some bat onto it. As we said, Lewis is stockily built, a strong young man, and he was able to hit that quite hard into the offside, but it was cut off on the boundary. 2 runs completed.
Oh, the dreaded hand is out for umpire Dayton Butler, and that is a no ball. Not a good start here from John. As you see, Rashawn Lewis, he's thinking boundaries, and now he has an opportunity for a free hit. A good ball there from Geron John. Just a single off that free hit.
Yes, and you could see from the way that Lewis shapes up to bat, I would be keeping the ball outside his off stump. He seems to favor the onside. His backlift comes from around the gully region and hits to the onside. So it would be good to probably put it on a length outside off stump or Yorker length outside off stump. This is what he tries to do there, Stacey.
Yes, but this is a different batter, Larry Edward, another left-hander, and that was too wide on that occasion there from Geron John.
Yes, he doesn't want to undo the good work that has been done so far by his teammates. John, he has been doing, well, his first few deliveries have gone for quite a few runs so far.
It's a bottom edge there, but just a single. The field is well set. They have players in the correct areas for the type of line and length as he's bowling. You have that fielder there that just picked up that ball, Joseph, on the third man boundary, and you have also the cover in place.
And the third man is quite fine as well, Stacey, for those edges.
Another wide-ish delivery. I don't think it's a wide. It is a wide, but I don't think the captain will be too unhappy. Yes, it's an extra run, but the bowler is definitely sticking to his plan, and that's good to see from him.
Well, what we have found in recent times in white ball cricket internationally and across the leagues is that bowlers don't mind giving away a few wides at the death.
Comes across this time, expecting that wider line. Again, just a single. So excellent bowling from Geron John, sticking to his plan. It's working for him, so why change it?
Yeah, and once they have that wide line plan, they don't mind giving away a 4 here or there or a wide, because they just don't want the batsmen to get under the ball in their swinging arc to hit for 6s.
That's not where you need to be. And this has been swung mightily down the ground by Rashawn Lewis, and that is in his arc.
That's in his arc. And he's a strong boy. And this is exactly what I was saying. You don't want to get into the arc, the swinging arc for, that's a high run smashing 6. You don't want to get into that swinging arc for the batsman. So they are prepared to get some wides outside the off stump just to cause the batsman to be off balance when they're trying to hit the ball. Because when you come into the arc, then there's only one place that is going, and the ground is big enough for most modern batsmen.
Oh, he drives this one mightily over that long off fielder. And we always mention hitting the ball along that side of the ground, you have to pack some power. And this young man is powerful. Another high run maximum there from Rashawn Lewis.
Yeah, and I was saying that he has to be careful that he doesn't undo the job that was done by his teammates so far. And when you look at Lewis, those shots that he has played, I think this one is an even more impressive shot. Because this one was wide of the off stump. It wasn't exactly in his arc, and we were talking about his backlift and favoring the onside. This time he held his shape and he was able to go very wide over long off.
One is hit powerfully. Another high run smashing, another high run maximum. Definitely putting his hand up for the high run maximizer of the tournament. 3 6s in a row to Rashawn Lewis, turning it on here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. At the end of the over, they are 90 for 4, Allenson. 100 in their sights and more.
And more. And that is what I was saying at the beginning of the over. I think this is a team that has enough bowling options that they didn't necessarily need to bowl Geron John at this point. You have enough options. Unfortunately, he went for 27 runs in that over. And that over has totally changed the complexity of the game so far. And you mentioned something off here before, that the hikers, as we all know, are the the favored team by most of the fans.
People's
and
team.
as soon as the runs start flowing, you know, you would hear the crowd over there, and the crowd, their 12th man, has started to give them that energy that they usually get from them.
Yes, that over was a perfect example. It was two halves really. The bowler was sticking to his plan, but Rashawn Primus was clever enough to throw him off his plan. He waited on him. He waited on that pitched up delivery, and then he slightly adjusted his stance just so he could connect with those deliveries that are being pitched wider outside the off stump. So excellent thinking from the young man, Rashawn Lewis. And Rashawn Primus is about to bowl the penultimate over of this innings. Las Super Hikers have moved on to 90 runs, 4 wickets down. How many more can they get? That is the question here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Yeah, that experimental over didn't really pay off for them because there are 3 overs remaining from Primus, Katoy, and Keswick, and we definitely think that the 3 of them really should have bowled out.
Full delivery, clipped off the pads there to get the powerful Rashawn Lewis on strike. And I agree with you, Alanson. You had Kieran Katoy, who bowled a brilliant over, the over prior. You also have Keswick Williams, who has a lot of experience. And there are even players like Tijon Pope who are on the field who could have given you an over. But maybe it's a case of looking at the resources early on, because there are a lot more games to come in this tournament. So maybe it's a case of getting the right personnel in place just to see who can do what.
Well, I think the 2 left-handers too, it kind of throws off a lot of planning, because you know these days there's always a talk of matchups. But I think if you're a good bowler, it doesn't matter whether it's a right or a left-hander who is there. So
quick single taken, looking for a second, it's not on. He's sent back by Larry Edward. It's a good feeling from Jaron John. And I agree with you 100%, Alanson. It's something you mentioned early on about the matchups. And Kieran Katoy, he's a very experienced bowler, so he would know how to bowl to these left-handed batters.
And the good over that he bowled before went for 8 runs. He did bowl it too, Rashawn Lewis.
Indeed. Slower ball there from Rashawn Primus. Took the pace right off that one.
So with that over, we mentioned that they would be aiming for 90 to 100. With that over now, they might be able to get to 110, which may pose a little bit of a challenge depending on how well they bowl. We know that they are depleted in terms of their resources, but we'll see how it goes for them, the Hikers.
The most important thing for them would be getting to a target. That's the key thing, and from there, we'll see how they'll be able to defend. So get to a formidable target that might pose a threat to the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Short ball, this has been hit straight to the man, and he's dropped it. My word. We have seen a number of drop catches, and they hustle back for 2, and he has been run out. And well, hold on, umpire has sent it upstairs. But another drop catch, Alanson, is something that we've witnessed here as the rain is falling, and the umpires have decided to call the covers on. A lot going on in that one delivery, Alanson.
Yeah, it's all happening here at the Annisville playing field station. But when you look at what happened there, I think John, he took the catch a little bit too easily, because he took a one before that was more difficult. And I think as well, that 27 run over, you see when you just bowl over that goes for 27 runs, things can be playing over in your mind. You know, this is what I probably should have done, I shouldn't have done this, and so on. And I think that over still may have been on his mind, even in the field there, because he really should have taken that catch quite easily.
Yes, it was a comfortable catch. I mean, I was already saying he's out because of the way it was just straight to him. He didn't have to move an inch. Unfortunately, he put it down, but may have redeemed himself with a run out. So it's left to be seen what happened there. The covers have been called on.
Well, although the covers have been called on now, I think that the third umpire should do the adjudication before we go to the break. So
yes, so we await that decision from the third umpire to see if Larry Edward has been run out. I'm sure the Las Super Hikers fans, they'll be hoping that he's safe, Alanson.
So we're waiting on the replay. You can see that the cameras are focused on the red and green lights, but we haven't seen the replay as yet. Seems as it was a close one. I mean, Edward is very quick, but it was a good flat throw.
It looked pretty close, and I called it out off the bat. But he's a very quick runner between the wickets, as you mentioned. The replay is on now. Let's see what happened there.
We are also not the side on view, so I think they will need a different angle. Yes, the side on angle now. Yeah, he's short. He's short of his ground.
Definitely short of his ground. So, Jaron John redeemed himself in sorts there by picking up that run out. But Larry Edwards has been run out by Jaron John.
Yeah, it was a good take by Harper because the throw was slightly wide. So it took him a little bit away from the stump, but he took off the base quite quickly. And it seemed as if, well, we're still waiting on the light. We haven't seen it as yet to see what the third umpire, thinks of that replay that they just saw. So we're still waiting on the decision.
Yes, the red light is on. Confirmation there. Larry Edwards has been run out by Jaron John. So good fielding in the end from Jaron John. Good throw, good take by the keeper. So something going their way in that delivery. But the over has been a good over so far. They only 3 runs coming from 4 balls in that over for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. The last Hikers, they are 93 for 4 in the 9th over, sorry. And we're going to take a short break here, a rain break. We're hoping that it's a very short break, and we'll be back with you shortly for more action in VPL5.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone, I am Stacey Adams and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team crew. When you mention the word preeminence as it relates to a team in this tournament, one comes to mind, the Lasutri Hypers. 4 times finalists, 3 times champions, looking to do 4 in a row this year. They have a new coach, same captain, however, less than half of this champion squad are returning players. I have with me cricket pundit Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin. Introduce yourself, guys. Don't be shy.
Good afternoon, good day, or good night, whenever you watch this video, to everyone. And, looking forward to a very nice tournament, Cricket All-Way, here in VPL5, Kenroy.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to VPL5. This is a preview. We just here discussing the teams. We are hoping to have you join us during the tournament. And we look forward for a very exciting one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's have a look at the squad briefly, guys. We have Desron Maloney, captain. We have Ryan Williams, Dylan Douglas, Jahil Walters, Otney Lewis. Mark Dale has been replaced by Jonathan Carter. I know you remember that name from the draft, but Mark Dale replaced by Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward, Jeremy Haywood, O.J. Matthews, Andre Thomas, Ornell Thomas, Andre Hunt, Jawain Adams, and Adian Caesar. So that's the squad for the last Sufri Hikers. Now over to my exports. What do you make of this team compared to last year, the champions from last year?
Well, what I would say is that the team, it's quite a different team. They will have different leadership in terms of their support staff. We know that the late great Irvin Morricone, he played a very vital role in this team's performance over the years. And of course, he is more than a coach to most of these players, more like a mentor as well. And I'm sure that he will be missed. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that tragedy and to see how they can put that behind them and move forward in this tournament. But the team has a lot of experience. Of course, Captain Maloney is there. And Dylan Douglas is back, Jail Walters, Otney Lewis. So a lot of their key players who have done the bulk of the heavy lifting for them in the last tournament have returned. And so it will be interesting to see how they go around this time, generally.
Well, hikers to me remain the same hikers, with only missing, as you said before, is the coach, Irvin Morricone. What will be key for them in this tournament is the way that they approach it. Morricone's style is different to Mr. Stapleton's. So a team play.
And we're back after that short rain delay. It seems just before rain delay, Alanson a wicket falls. Just before the rain delay, Larry Edward was dismissed, run out from Jaron John. And before that, the rain break before, Jahil Walters was out just before the rain break. We will continue here. 4 balls into the 9th over. Last three hikers, they are 93 for 5. Looking to get 100 plus here, Alanson.
Yeah, and something about these rain breaks. When wickets fall just before the rain breaks, these things can end up being very costly when it comes to Duckworth Lewis. So if it's just a good thing that it seems as if the overs will be bowled out in terms of all 20, and it doesn't seem like there's any reduction. So that's good. But when there's a reduction, every wicket that you lose, especially with just losing it just before you see the rain actually coming down, can be quite telling. But just an over and a half remaining now with the innings. In the innings of the Lasufre Hikers, who are putting up a good fist of it despite missing several key players.
Yes, the new batter is Jeremy Haywood, joining Rishan Lewis, who's striking it quite well. Rishan Primus continues. Looking to hit that one straight down the ground, but missing out there, Jeremy Haywood. 1 ball remaining in this over. It's just, he has the license to go. There's no messing around. Rishan Lewis needs to be on strike for the last over of this innings. So Jeremy Haywood should be looking to hit this one out of the ground.
Well, when you look at the field, the field is spread on the leg side. They are bringing up the field that is on the offside. So it might be a change of ploy here by the batting team. Unless they're trying to give the batsman a single. I'm not sure what they're doing.
I'm not too sure here. Looked as if they had 6 fielders out. Did they? No, they didn't.
A short third and a short fine.
That guy. This one has been helped away for 4 runs. But, he's been bowled. Oh my, I saw the ball traveling all the way down to the ground. To behind there, but a quick delivery there from Rishan Primus, and Jeremy Haywood has been bowled.
Yeah, it hit the top of the stump, and it just flew off and went all the way down to the boundary. So it almost looked as if he had connected with a shot there. But Rashawn Lewis, he will be on strike for the last over. He'll be facing Keswick Williams. You'll be familiar with Keswick.
Yes, I lost sight there for a moment. So good over for Rashawn Primus. The previous over went for 27 runs, and this one went for a miserly 3 runs. The Lassifrey Hikers picking up just 3 runs in that over. They'll need to do a lot in this last over if they are able to get up to anything close to 110.
And just looking at the replay, that ball just kissed the bail. Just kissed the bail off the top of the stump, and it would be one of those that would be umpire's call, and it would be in favor of the team that is in favor of the decision that was made. But of course, when it actually hits the stump, you can't do anything about it in real life. So that one just taking off the top of the bail, and that was a good delivery there by Primus, defeating Haywood.
OJ Matthews joins Rashawn Lewis, and hopefully he doesn't. Lassifrey Hikers will be hoping that Rashawn Lewis farm the majority of the strike. Keswick Williams, he's going to bowl the last over for his team.
I think they're looking to get their 4th player in the ring.
Yes.
And they have done so now.
Down the ground goes Rashawn Lewis and hits this powerfully for 4. A high road smashing 4 from the young man. Walking down on the fast bowler, Keswick Williams, and holding his shape and playing this down the ground for 4.
I like what I'm seeing here from this young man. Rashawn Lewis. His brother did play in the VPL for a few seasons, and he did get an opportunity as a development player on a couple of occasions. But what you're seeing here from him is that he is a no-nonsense batsman. Beat that ball, as we would say.
Better follow-up delivery there from Keswick. Just leaving Rashawn Lewis, and we mentioned that's the best area to bowl to him. Outside the off stump. As a young man is set up to smack it to the onside or even straight. It's a good comeback ball there from Keswick.
Yeah, that's a good delivery there. And Keswick, I think he should keep that line and length. He's one who experiments a lot, does a lot of different things, but that's where it's effective. So I think he should keep it there.
Down the ground again, OJ Matthews diving there, making sure he doesn't get hit from that ball that was played powerfully down the ground. But just one result in favor of the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yeah, and so said, so done. It was a similar delivery to the previous one that beat Rashawn Lewis outside the off stump. So that's an area that you'd want to stay for Rashawn Lewis. It will keep him from getting under delivery, and you've seen that once he gets under the delivery with his strength, that he's clearing the boundaries with ease.
Another good delivery from the experienced Keswick Williams. He's pitching and leaving OJ Matthews there on that occasion. Seems to be taking the pace off as well. So good thinking from Captain Keswick Williams.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now if this was a case when Rashawn Lewis should have batted out the overs. I mean, OJ is not a rabbit, but batting against Keswick, maybe he should have taken the last 3 deliveries of this over. But we'll see.
That's one down the ground there. So 1 ball remaining in this innings, and Rashawn Lewis, he has the strike now. They have moved on to 100. No, they are 99 for 6. And 1 ball remaining in this innings.
And Rashawn Lewis, he is now on 40 or 15 deliveries. What an impactful innings by the young man so far.
Indeed so. He'll only have one thing in mind, Allenson, hitting it far and hard. So let's see what happens after this last delivery. Wide signal from umpire Butler. Keswick is making a case for the batter moving across. He's saying the batter moved across, so the line moves as well.
I think he did move across, but it was wide enough that it didn't even matter that he moved across.
So with that wide, 100 runs comes up for the Lassifree Hikers. They didn't look like getting to 100 runs after that 5-over mark, but an impactful innings, as you mentioned, from Rashawn Lewis has taken them up to 100 runs, and one ball still remains in this innings.
Yeah, so far for the day, this innings is the type of innings that you will call one of those. I'm looking for it after this delivery, I'll tell you.
A helpful edge there from Rashawn Lewis to finish on a high for the Lassifree Hikers. 4 runs to Rashawn Lewis, and they finished with 104 of 10 overs, 6 wickets. The Botanical Gardens Rangers picked up 6 wickets in that inning, so a wonderful finish from the Hikers there.
Yeah, and Rashawn Lewis is finished on 44, not out. And he has put himself into contention. I was looking for the term because we have some new sponsorship terms for this VPL. And he is now in contention for the Play 4 Ball Blazer. And as the tournament goes on, once he gets a few more runs at this high strike rate, he will definitely put himself in contention for that. Of course, that's the batsman with the highest strike rate at the end of the tournament.
Yes, and also if he keeps going like this, if he keeps scoring runs, he can also be a contender for that blue cap. The player with the most runs, Kadir Ned, one might say, is in the lead. He scored 52 all year of 30 deliveries, and Rishan Primus 44 is right behind him.
Yes,
so,
in that contention for that Sandals blue cap.
Sandals,
and of course we have the Sandals orange cap as well for the bowler who takes the most wickets in the tournament. And the caps will actually be changed from head to head as we go along the tournament because there are several of them. So we'll get to see live who has the orange cap, who has the blue cap as the tournament goes on, the Sandals blue cap and Sandals orange cap, Stacey.
And with a tournament like this, one would expect that cap will be shared around because these batters, they're quite competitive and they'll be looking to secure that Sandals blue cap. Let's do a quick recap. Yes, we're about to do a quick recap. The Lassifree Hikers, they're in 104 for 6. Jonathan Carter, he started the innings. He had 20 runs off 18 deliveries. He was bowled by Atticus Brown. Curtin Lavia, he was run out by Joseph. He made 12 off 5 deliveries. Jahil Walters, the standing captain for today, he was caught. Wayne Harper bowled Atticus Brown. He made 7 off 3 deliveries. Ornell Thomas, he was caught by John. Bowled by Kieran Kotoy, he made 9 off 11 deliveries. Larry Edward, he was run out by John. He made 4 off 5 deliveries. Jeremy Hayward, he was bowled by Primus, and the man of the hour, Rashawn Lewis, 44 not out of 16 deliveries, helping them to a total of 104 for 6.
Yeah, and a strike rate of 275. Bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, we had Primus, he bowled 2 overs, 1 for 16, came back well in his second over. Keswick Williams, 2 overs done for 19. Ravindra Prasad, 2 overs done for 15. Atticus Brown, he went some early inroads, 2 overs, 2 for 19 in his spell. Kieran Kotoy, 1 over, 1 for 8. And Jaron John, that solitary over that went for 27. So over to you, Stacey.
Yes, we promised you a thrilling encounter between these two teams, and it's living up to its name. Nothing short of excitement here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. VPL5, Cricket Always, will be back with the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They'll be in pursuit of 105.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Botanical Garden Rangers Team Preview. I am Stacey Anado. What can I say? Team resilience. After a forgettable BPL 3, they achieved their best finish in BPL 4, finalists losing out to the Hikers of course. Somehow this team seemed to have struggled a bit in previous editions with role identification and in terms of getting personnel in the right place. It's largely due to the fact that they have played a number of tournaments with their key players, especially in BPL 3. But we saw what a formidable bunch they are in BPL 4, and after getting so close to touching the trophy, one would expect that they would want to go one step further. I have with me the exports, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenron Martin.
All right, good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whenever you're watching this video. And, we look forward to previewing all 6 teams, and now we're looking at the Rangers. Kenron?
Well, good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to VPL5, preview of the Rangers team. As you said, resilient. They have been here from the beginning, and they have not captured this tournament up to now. They had some good teams on paper. Unfortunately, they have not done what they should have been doing during the tournament.
All right, well said from both of you. This team, we just want to dissect the team a bit. They have Keswick Williams, Kenneth Denver, Kieran Tatoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, Anzes Fletcher, Rashawn Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Ravindra Prasad, General John, Jarrell Edmonds, Elran Douglas, Michael Joseph, and T. Pope. In comparison to last year, there is just a little feedback from the team, changes that they may have made.
Well, in my opinion, this team, they went to the finals last year. They played a very good tournament, and they garnered good momentum throughout the tournament. And they just, fell just a little short in the final. And I think that they have put some thought, a bit more thought into the acquisitions. And they should be a contender then coming around this year. We see that, they have brought in the all-rounder Primus, and who plays for Barbados, but also played for Trinidad in the past. He's a Bajan. Plays for the Zoos as well. Prasad, who is a Bajan. So, there are some changes there, but they have still kept, some of the nucleus of the players from before. Fletcher, Harper, Katoy, Keswick Williams himself, Demba. These are players who have been with them for some time now, and would be accustomed to the culture within the team, and wanting to pass that on to the newcomers, and have them gel as quickly as possible.
Well, the Rangers team, in my opinion, has always been a balanced team. They have always had good batters, good bowlers, depth bowlers up to the front. What they have struggled with really in the tournament is putting foursomes in situations and circumstances, executing when they have to, using the right foursomes in the situations and circumstances. That is what they have failed with. They had some close finishes, but the right foursomes weren't at the wicket at the time. The right foursome was not bowling that over at the time. Those are the little changes that they need to make in their team, and they would do much better. They play together as a team, as a unit, but those are the things that they need to get right for this tournament.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. We are back to overcast skies. We're hoping that the rain stays away, as we had 2 rain interruptions in the first innings. We have an exciting encounter on our hands. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have to chase 105 for victory against the defending champions, the Las Soufrières Hikers. Opening batters, the Spiceman, Andrew Fletcher, and Wayne Harper. Ryan Williams, the man with most wickets in last edition, he has the ball in hand.
Yes, good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers everywhere, all around, wherever you are in the world at this time watching, or even if you watch it after the fact and not live. Yes, it should be an intriguing contest here between the Hikers and the Rangers. A rematch of last year's final, as we said before. Williams to Fletcher.
Down the ground, first delivery, Andrew Fletcher, looking to make a statement early. Ryan Lewis just holds his line. So good start from the Las Soufrières Hikers. Ryan Williams, sorry.
Yeah, Williams will be looking to keep his deliveries outside off stump. But he needs to be careful here in terms of his length. The line was okay on that previous delivery, but he doesn't want to be too short either, because then he could provide an easy cut without any protection behind square on the offside on the boundary.
And his dab to the player at point. Interesting, he doesn't start with a man at third man. He has a fine leg and a fielder at that mid-wicket boundary. So an interesting feel here to start up things from the Las Soufrières Hikers.
Yeah, very interesting. But what do you think from Rehan is that he will not be bowling with full pace. He'll be looking to mix his deliveries up. And the captain Walters in the best position as a wicketkeeper, they will be trying to execute their plans.
This one is caught. An immaculate placement there from Andrew Fletcher. Too easy as he places this one between the point fielder and the man at cover. The two sort of backward point and point fielders there.
I said it a few deliveries ago after the first delivery when he advanced. I said that because he's bowling that length, I don't think that he will advance because he was probably expecting a fuller length. And that it means that the cut shot now will become available to him. And as so said, so done. He tried to dab away the one before. He got it straight to the field. And this time he got a bit more width. And he was able to get it to the boundary.
And just to make things worse, Alanson, it's also a no ball, which results in a free hit.
Yeah,
nothing more a batter loves more than a free hit to get his innings away.
Yeah, and that's pressure now on Williams.
Swan is hit high in the air, and it goes over the fielder at mid-on. Safe, even if he had caught it, because it's a free hit. And they pick up 2 more runs.
Smart delivery though by Williams. He bowled a slower Yorker. So he had to stretch and he also had to wait on that one, Fletcher. He was able to get it over the man at mid-on, but the timing wasn't there and only 2 runs were completed.
You see a change in the field. They are strengthening that offside field. The extra man in that cover area. Down the ground he goes, and this one is hit up and over, just bouncing inside the line for a high run smashing for off the bat of Andrew Fletcher.
Yeah, and you've seen so many experience here, I think, from the hikers. Because if he's going to bowl that line and that length, he must have a third man, and he probably even needs somebody on the point boundary. Because that is easy pickings for somebody of Fletcher's class. Just to open the face with the cut shot and ensure that it goes over the infield, and anywhere it goes, it's 4 runs.
Yes, it's something I highlighted earlier in the over. Starting with a fine leg and a mid-wicket fielder, they have opted to send that third man back, exactly where that ball went, for 4. One is hit over that fielder at cover. Easy pickings here from Andrew Fletcher, showing his experience here at the Annisvale Cricket Ground.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Wayne Williams at this point. And we also discussed initially that he doesn't usually bowl the opening overs. But because of the absence of some of the other players, including Anthony Lewis, who usually opens the bowling for them, he has been forced really to take the new ball as the only senior bowler other than Larry Edward left back here at the time.
Yes, 1 ball remaining in this over. He'll be hoping to get out of it without a boundary. Down the ground. And he misses that, admonishing himself, thinking that he missed out there. If he had stood his ground, he would have been able to play a similar shot up and over or even through the covers. But instead he opted to come down the wicket and he missed that delivery.
Yeah, he just got a little greedy there, I think, because the length would always provide him, because of the field placement, with that opportunity to cut and go behind square or just forward a square on the offside for 4. So if he stays his ground, it's an easy shot for him all the time.
Yes, 1 over gone in the contest so far, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers has moved on to 15 runs. A good start from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. All of the bat of Andre Fletcher, Ornell Thomas, Wayne Harper, a wicket keeper for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're all around similar height, aren't they? Ornell Thomas and Wayne Harper. But Wayne Harper, he is going to face up to start Jahil Walters. No, Larry Edward. Larry Edward is going to.
So Larry is doing the job now that you saw from Hodge. That Hodge used to do for the Lassufre Hikers, where the left arm spinner opens the bowling, and he also did that while he was at the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So he's bowling against his former teammates here.
Yes. A packed offside field, the fielder's out, and man at long on, and that mid-wicket area as well. Quicker delivery. It's played off the pads there by Wayne Harper. It's a good start from Larry Edward.
Yeah, he has. I'll get back to it after this over. This ball.
It's bowling it quick, and it's hit down to the and it's been put down. A number of drop catches in this today, Allenson. We have seen a number of drop catches, and that was a sitter, and it has been put down.
And OJ Matthews, that's something that you see from him quite often, because a lot of these players in the Hikers team who have been in the team for a while, most of them are pretty good fielders. And that's something that you'd have expected from OJ Matthews.
Not seeing bucket hands, Allenson. None of the players, they don't seem to want to put up their hand as a contender of the Hyrule bucket hands in this tournament. They're just spilling it.
Maybe you need to change it to a glass hand instead of a bucket.
Beautifully bowled through the legs of, just squaring it up. I thought that was bowled. The keeper was so quick to remove the bails. I thought that was bowled for a moment, but excellent ball there from Larry Edwards. Just squaring up Andre Fletcher. Quick single taken there.
And we saw some turn on that delivery. Appreciable turn. It was slowed up, it was short, but it turned off the pitch. And Edward, what I was about to say a few deliveries ago is that he has the lowest economy rate in the VPL. Under 6 runs and over. And bowling in the power play at that.
Ooh. Good delivery, keeping a bit low, surprising Wayne Harper on that occasion. And he'll want to keep that up, Allenson, because he'll be a contender for the 3D Mr. Economy of this tournament.
Absolutely, and he has only gone for 2 in this over so far.
Excellent bowling. Quick single taken, but a misfield again. And he's, Is that the captain there on that occasion? No, it's Ryan Williams who misfield. The captain Jahir Walters is taking up the gloves behind the wicket. At the end of the second over, it's 18 runs, Botanical Gardens Rangers. So miserly over there from Larry Edwards, just conceding 3 runs from the bat of the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yeah, and I think that he'll be the main threat with the ball, both in terms of economy and wicket-taking ability. So I think that what the Botanical Gardens Rangers batsmen want to do, or should be aiming to do, is just to keep Larry Edwards out and try to milk him for some singles here and there. If he bowls a bad ball, of course, you put it away, but then try to cash in at the other end.
Well, surprise, surprise. We spoke about his batting in the build-up, in the previews, Alanson, but we see Jonathan Carter. He has the ball in hand.
Yeah, he's a nippy medium pacer. He can get the ball to go through at a reasonably quick pace for a medium pacer. So let's see how he goes here against Wayne.
So wide delivery, a wayward delivery. Let's wait on the signal there, I'm not too sure. Yes, some bat connected there from Wayne Harper. And Jonathan Carter's first ball goes for 4.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery to start. Giving Wayne probably his favorite shot, which is a pull shot. And going down the leg side, just got a little bit of batter on it and got it past him and at short, fine leg, easy boundary in the end. So he would need to recover quickly here.
Down the ground, the batters seem to be using their feet, but they haven't connected every time they've gone down the ground to the bowlers, Alanson.
I think it's a pitch where you can stay put. There is enough carry in it, and there's only one person outside of the field in restrictions because it's in the power play. So stay put, stay where you are, and hit the ball.
Thick outside edge, runs away for 4. Not where he intended for that to go, but he gets 4 runs nonetheless, Alanson.
Yeah, so as I was saying, stay put, get yourself a form base, and you look to play your aggressive shot without having to charge the bowler. There's no need for that at this point. You are in the ascendancy, you haven't lost a wicket as yet, and you never know what could happen. I mean, we saw what happened when Jonathan Carter was dismissed off an injudicious shot and what happened for the next few overs after that in the first innings.
Ooh, and one popped up there, surprising Wayne Harper. Luckily, just fall short at the man at third, at point, sorry. The heavens have opened up again. Let's hope it's just a passing cloud, Alanson.
It looks as if it would be, but because of the conditions over the last few days, it's something that we should expect, that we'll have several short showers.
Nicely guided there by Andre Fletcher, just for 1. But you were mentioning staying put on the wicket, and I think the batters, you notice in the first innings, the batters that stayed as still as possible were the ones that reaped rewards. Rashawn Lewis, every time he stayed still and looked to hit down the ground, he was successful. So that is something that the batters should be looking to do. One is put away. Just a single again. So at the end of the third over, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 29 without loss.
Yeah, it's a good start for them. They're in pursuit of 106 for victory. So it's a solid start, especially since they have not lost any wickets. They still require in excess of 10 runs and over in order to win, 10.86 to be exact. So they have not, cut into the run rate, but having not lost a wicket, they would still be pleased with their start thus far.
Yes, the Botanical Gardens Rangers at this point, they are definitely in the driving seat. Andre Fletcher, he's still at the wicket. Wayne Harper, he's striking it quite well also. And they have good resources to come in the batting. So they're definitely in the driving seat at this point in time. So new bowler is being introduced at the backward end. As you see the umpires, they come together. They're looking at the skies. Just having a chat about this rain, whether it'll blow away or not. The fans will be hoping The fans will be hoping that it's just a passing shower and they can continue. Unfortunately, we see umpire Butler calling the covers on, and the players, they have to make their way off again for a third rain delay in this match so far.
It seems like it will be a short one though, Stacey. In fact, even as we are speaking now, the rain is getting a bit lighter.
Yeah, it seems to be easing up.
And I don't know if they will take back that decision.
So I understand the decision from the umpires, just trying to be cautious. They have a lot more games to go in this tournament.
Yeah, and there's always a risk of injury as well on a slick outfield. And even more risk on the adjacent pitches, because that area is usually where it gets quite slippery when there is rain.
And the players are still out there along with the umpires. Not too sure if they're making a case for staying out there a bit longer. Butler, he's having a chat with the key groundsman as to ask him if he thinks that that cloud will pass over. We're all hoping that it's really just a passing cloud, because this game is shaping up to be an exciting match.
I think they could continue, that's my personal opinion, but
yes, it looks as if they've decided to continue here. See, they've called back the batters. Yes, so very short indeed. Quite short, Alanson.
Yeah, as I was saying before, I judging from what I saw around in the vicinity, it looked like a passing shower, as we have had so far for the day, but this one was even shorter, and you could see that, it really has almost totally abated by this point, and we'll see the game continuing as soon as the covers are off the field.
It's the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're on top of things. I saw a fielder just run out there with probably the Duckwood lower sheet, just in case there's any more rain interruptions. They'll know where they need to be at the end of a certain over. So good thinking there from the management of the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They want to win this match, and they are making sure that they don't lose any opportunity to do so.
Yeah, you can see the manager there just sending on that information to his charges concerning the Duckworth-Lewis equations. And of course, they would be in an excellent position having not lost a wicket. And if they continue like that, then the Duckworth-Lewis will always favour them. And so it would be important for them to keep the wickets in hand, as we see Andre Hunt being introduced to the bowling.
Yes, we're about to continue here, much like what we've seen from the first game and also the first innings from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They are ringing the changes with the bowlers. A new bowler, Andre Hunt, into the attack. It's a delivery strain on his pads. He doesn't capitalize on it.
So the two fielders out, long on and deep mid wicket.
This one is quick. Sip there from Allian Caesar. Luckily, he's okay. They run 2 runs. So good run in there from the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Find that one down the leg side. Keeper wasn't able to gather. And 2 runs taken. This one is edged
and
it's a good catch.
There's a brilliant take there from the fielder at short third man, Larry Edward, into the action. He bowled an excellent over prior to this, and he has now followed it up with a well-taken catch at that third man area. So a good wicket, that wicket of Wayne Harper. He's a dangerous man, Wayne Harper, when he gets going. So the last 3 hikers will be happy that they got rid of him early.
Outgoing batsman is Wayne Harper.
Yes, Wayne Harper there. He was looking to hit that one inside out, but it was a pretty quick delivery. And it came off the edge. It was a very fast delivery there by Hunt. You could have said that was a medium pace delivery, because that edge flew to the man at short third man quite flat and hard. And so a very good catch there by Larry Edward. He's an excellent fielder. And kudos to him. So Primus comes out now to join Andre Fletcher at the crease.
Primus has been welcomed to the crease by Andre Fletcher, and this is a man that's been talked about prior to this tournament about how well he's been playing, and he'll want to live up to those talks. And he'll be facing up to Andre Hunt, who's bowling quite quick, as you mentioned. It's something that I was about to mention just before he bowled that delivery, and I was going to say, but he proved me wrong. I was going to say the captain might be hoping for him to slow it up some more, but he decided to bowl a quick delivery. He's really firing it in there, and he reaped the reward of bowling with such pace.
Well, the key to that, if he's bowling that quickly, is his length. And it was quite full, right up to the batsman. And when you're bowling that quickly as a spinner, if it's right up to the batsman, it makes him difficult to get away.
It's just walked off the pads there, but no run. Still continuing bowling quickly.
Yeah, if he gives width and he bowls short, then he would be easy to put away with that speed.
Looking to sweep there on that occasion. But the fielder at fine leg, he's quite fine, Allenson. Very fine leg fielder, Allian Caesar, almost behind the stump.
And again, you see the Lasso Frey hikers with their ploy of bowling a lot of spin. And they still have Jeremy Haywood to bowl. He's an off spinner. And something that they have done tournament after tournament.
Ooh, really quick delivery. There's an appeal for stumping, it appears. It's not out. Getting the crowd a little excited there, Allenson.
Well, as I said before, and we have said on numerous occasions, the Lasso Frey hikers, they are the preferred team of many. And it's telling, you could hear and understand the excitement when anything happens that is in favor or seems to be in favor of the Lasso Frey hikers. So they have that 12-man, that support of the crowd, and that is something that we cannot underestimate in terms of its impact in the first 4 editions and what it would likely be in the 50th edition.
Yes, that was a smart over there from Andre Hunt to close out the power play. 31 for 1 after 4 overs, and the umpire Jonathan Blades will signal the end of the power play. They will know that at the end of the power play, the field can be spread. They are allowed to have 5 fielders out.
Yes, and Fletcher, he's still not out on 16 off 10. Harper, the only one to be dismissed, called Larry Edward. Bowl Andre Hunt for 14 off 12 deliveries. Primus just came out. He has faced 3 deliveries. He had to score. Ryan Williams is only over, went for 15. Larry Edward, none for 3 off his only over. Carter, none for 11 off his only over. And a very good over there that we just saw from Andre Hunt. 1 for 2 from his only over.
Yes, Curtin Lavier is about to take up the attack. He's known for his slower deliveries. I just remember a matchup between Lavier and Andre Fletcher. So remember, it seems like the strikers, they were running away with that game, and Andre Fletcher took him for, can't remember, I think it was 18 to 20 runs in that last over.
They needed the last 2 runs. The last 2 balls needed to be boundaries, and he got them. So it's a replay, same old as we would say. See if it happens differently this time around, Stacey.
Short delivery to start, and this has been played out to that cover area for 4. Almost too easy from Andre Fletcher. It doesn't look as if he's bothered batting out there, Allenson.
Yeah, that one was a bit too short. Fletcher is a batsman who most of them know that he likes to drive, right? So they don't want to pitch up. And he's very good off his pads, especially when you pitch it full on his pads. He will whip that over square leg and mid wicket quite easily. But he has also developed quite a good cut shot. So when you're short outside the off stump, he scores quite freely there as well.
Umpire Jonathan Blades just signaling dead ball. Curtin Lavier runs into bowl again to Andre Fletcher. Full delivery, excellent Yorker there from Curtin Lavier. An excellent follow-up delivery, good thinking from him. I don't think Andre Fletcher was expecting that.
No, he wasn't at all, and almost got him dismissed there. He just came down on it in the nick of time. Thankfully for Andre Fletcher, Curtin Lavey is not the quickest. So he was just able to get his bat down in time. If he had just a 2 hours, 3 kilometers more pace, then that would have been Curtin's for him.
Yes, when you have batters of such high caliber at the wicket, those sorts of deliveries are what you need to bowl in order to get them out or spring a surprise on them. So good thinking there from Curtin Lavey. Rashawn Primus is about to face up to him. His first delivery from Curtin Lavey. Oh, it's an edge. And a healthy edge there from the bat of Rashawn Primus. Gets him off the mark. 4 runs to add to the tally for the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yes, that would have needed a 4 slip there. And you could argue that it was what the try of having a slip, because getting a few more wickets here would be the way to go. It's unlikely that if the top order is still in close to the end of the game, that they will not win this game, the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
It's the only way I can see the Hikers pulling this off from now is to collect wickets. And it's hit in the gap. They'll collect 2. Excellent run in there. He's looking to hit that ball really hard, Rashawn Primus. He seemed to be quite a powerful man. We saw Rashawn Lewis, another powerful striker. He collected 44 off 16 deliveries, was it? And here we see Rashawn Primus. Probably looking to just hit it a bit too hard at this point in time. He's probably looking to make a statement in his first game, and that's expected coming into such a tournament like this, Alanson.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot has been made about his participation in the tournament in terms of, his likely impact. So, as a professional, you will feel that pressure to perform, but it's good pressure as long as you keep your head on and do what you need to do.
Nicely played down the ground there from Fletcher. There's also the case of the Duckworth Lewis, just in case the rain falls. They'll need to be at a certain point. So there's also that to keep in mind for these 2 batters. After 5 overs, halfway mark, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 44 for 1.
So they're on par as to where they need to be. They're actually on par. So if the game had ended now, it would be a super over or tie. And by virtue of the fact that they have only lost 1 wicket, the runs are quite low. But as soon as they start losing more wickets, then you'll find that where they require to be moves up quite quickly.
Yes, and just as we've spoken about the Duckworth Lewis, umpire Butler has signaled the groundsmen to put the covers on. So we are definitely going to have a short break here at this point in time.
Yeah, and this one looks a bit more threatening than the last one. Hopefully it blows over quickly, as it has been doing so far in the first part of the day. But this one looks a little bit more ominous. The cloud cover is a bit thicker and darker in the direction where the rain is coming from at this moment. So hopefully we will have some more action soon, Stacey. All right, at this time we'll take a short break. Remember that this is Dream 11, VPL5, Cricket Our Way. We'll be right back.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vincent Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place, and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Botanical Garden Rangers team preview. I am Stacey Anado. What can I say? Team resilience. After a forgettable BPL 3, they achieved their best finish in BPL 4, finalists losing out to the Hikers of course. Somehow this team seemed to have struggled a bit in previous editions with role identification and in terms of getting personnel in the right place. It's largely due to the fact that they have played a number of tournaments with their key players, especially in BPL 3. But we saw what a formidable bunch they are in BPL 4, and after getting so close to touching the trophy, one would expect that they would want to go one step further. I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenron Martin.
All right, good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whenever you're watching this video. And we look forward to previewing all 6 teams, and now we're looking at the Rangers. Kenry?
Well, good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to VPL 5 preview of the Rangers team. As you said, resilient. They have been here from the beginning, and they have not captured this tournament up to now. They had some good teams on paper. Unfortunately, they have not done what they should have been doing during the tournament.
All right, well said from both of you. This team, we just want to dissect the team a bit. They have Keswick Williams, Kenneth Denver, Kieran Tatoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, Andre Fletcher, Rashawn Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Ravindra Prasad, Jeran John, Jarrell Edmonds, Elran Douglas, Michael Joseph, and Tijon Pope. In comparison to last year, guys, just a little feedback from the team, changes that they may have made.
Well, in my opinion, this team, they went to the finals last year. They played a very good tournament, and they garnered good momentum throughout the tournament. And they just, fell just a little short in the final. And I think that they have put some thought, a bit more thought into the acquisitions, and they should be a contender then coming around this year. We see that they have brought in the all-rounder Primus, and who plays for Barbados, but also played for Trinidad in the past. He's a Bajan. Plays for the Zoos as well. Prasad, who is a Bajan. So there are some changes there, but they have still kept some of the nucleus of the players from before: Fletcher, Harper, Katoy, Keswick Williams himself, Demba. These are players who have been with them for some time now, and would be accustomed to the culture within the team, and we want to pass that on to the newcomers and have them gel as quickly as possible.
Well, the Rangers team, in my opinion, has always been a balanced team. They have always had good batters, good bowlers, depth bowlers up to the front. What they have struggled with really in the tournament is putting foursomes in situations and circumstances, executing when they have to, using the right foursomes in the situations and circumstances. That is what they have failed with. They had some close finishes, but the right foursomes weren't at the wicket at the time. The right foursome was not bowling that over at the time. Those are the little changes that they need to make in their team, and they would do much better. They play together as a team, as a unit, but those are the things that they need to get right for this tournament.
And to have selected the best 11 for this squad, I'll have Kelroy. Just give me a bit on the batting. What kind of fans expect from the Botanical Rangers batting this year?
Well, they are led by the experienced Fletcher, who's known worldwide for his aggressive batting, and also he's a game changer. He's excellent at the top. He finishes your game, and with the inclusion of Primus as well, that would add to them. They have the ever-dependent Harper, the wicketkeeper, and that's finished a couple of games to them in the middle. The batting has been lengthened. Kenneth Lemba, a very good all-rounder. He can play the pinch hitter role as well. So their batting looks very good on paper. Very good on paper. They just need to, as I said before, use the right players for the circumstances and situations. Give people different tasks and roles, and they would be able to do well in this tournament.
There's a lot about Kiran Kator you didn't mention.
Well, the all-rounder Kiran Kator, he could be used at any time. He's an excellent player, brilliant feeler. He comes in bowl 2-3 overs, and he could be up top, pinch hitter he could use as an opening batter. He could be used in the middle. All you need to use Kiran Kator when he needs to use.
And I will say, what about the batting, the bowling?
When looking at the bowlers, of course, Keswick is the captain, so you expect him to bowl his quota of overs in every game. Demba has been bowling well for the Windwards so far this year, and he has bowled well in previous editions of the VPL. Young Tijon Pope, all-rounder, has been very effective as well in the VPL. And Atticus is our spinners, you can't underrate him at all as far as that is concerned. He will bowl. And of course, Prasad from Barbados, he is an all-rounder. So we'd expect that he'll be doing a lot of bowling for the team as well. And the thing is that you have Katoy, you have a leg spinning option. And Fletcher does bowl turn his arm over, bowl leg spin from time to time. So it's almost as if everybody in the team can contribute one way or the other. And of course, Primus, as we know, is an all-rounder that has been quite effective for the Zooks in T20 and T10.
Martin, you had a laugh there. Mention of Andrew Fletcher bowling some leg spin. Do you think they'll put in the one?
Fletcher might be very much disappointed that he went going into this tournament because he has been called out to bowl a couple of overs and he has done well, but he's not an out-and-out bowler, but he's very useful.
Well, they do have a lot of players to choose from in terms of who can be the key man in the team, and a lot of them, you mentioned Kiran Kator, Wayne Harper, Roshan Primus, Andrew Fletcher. But in terms of impact, I think Andrew Fletcher will make the most impact in this team. He has over 6,000 runs. We know he has international experience. But last year, he missed out on, I think, 2 games for Botanical Rangers, and he was still able to close out the top 5 with the highest runs, with 193 runs. So that says a lot. But I really think it's going to be a case of unfinished business because he wasn't able to finish the job for them last year. I saw how passionately he played for them last year, and I think he'll come into the tournament with that thought. He needs to finish the job, get them to finals, and win it this year. So he's my key man for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. If you can tell me, Alanson, who do you see making the most impact for this team?
Well, I see Roshan Primus. Once he gets on the backs in the team, I can see him being a very impactful player because I expect him to bowl his 2 overs. He has 26 T20 matches, 18 wickets, best of 2 for 12, economy of 8.34. And in terms of his batting, he has 253 runs, a high score of 38, and a strike rate of 170. But one thing, the strike rate may look a little low. But we have seen that he has the ability to play that destructive innings. In the last regional Super 50 in the semi-final against Trinidad. Barbados were basically done and dusted, and he scored a blistering unbeaten century in that game, you know. And the Trinidad attack was no joke in that tournament. So, you know, somebody to look out for in this tournament for sure.
All right, what about you, Vincent? Well, and the impact?
I am staying home in Vincent and Grenadines. My impact player would be Wayne Harper. He has played some crucial roles for Botanical Gardens in the last tournament and so on. He has matured, and he is one of the better batsmen in the tournament. He has caused Botanical Gardens to be where they are in the finals, and he's crucial in that lineup. So he would have a very big role to play, and his impact on the tournament would determine a lot of things for Botanical Gardens.
Yeah, he's been there with them. Like he was there in VPL3, a disappointing VPL for them, and then VPL4 came back really well in that tournament. Almost got them to victory. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to score in that game. That probably was the difference in VPL4 for them. Well, apart from Andre Fletcher, we already mentioned him as one of the overseas players that not of in the tournament for the Botanical Gardens Ranger. There's also Revenge of Passad. So, Alanson, if you could just let the fans know what they can look forward to from Revenge of Passad.
All right, Passad, he's from Barbados. He has played at the youth level, youth cricket level, for the West Indies. He is an all-rounder, so he will be expected to contribute to this team both with bat and ball. His figures in Barbados are quite good, with ball in particular. So I'm expecting him to always bowl his 2 overs within this lineup. And when you look at the team, they do not have a lot of slow bowling. All right, and of course, cutter will be very important to them. But I think that, you know, some of the other players who they have here, they would need to find, that's one area, if you're looking at the team, that's one area that I think that some of the other teams have a lot more options with the slow bowling. And we know that the spinners, traditionally, with the exception of maybe Ryan Williams, but throughout the tournaments in the past, the spinners have been, you know, a thorn in the flesh for many a side.
Well, you were spin bowler. You seem to really like to spin her.
No, I can't be a bowler. A net bowler, maybe.
Definitely to put you on the spot, guys. Last year, finalists. Where do you see them finishing this year?
I'll give them a top four finish. Once they get it right, once they put things together, once the captain leads from the front and make the right decisions, I see them in the top 4 with the likes of Fletcher, Primus, Prasad, Williams, and the others.
You don't want to give us a little, you don't want to be brave, you don't want to say champion.
No, wow. Cricket is played on the day.
Second place.
Cricket is played on the day.
You think anything from
Cricket is played on the day, and the team that plays best always come out with it.
The top 4 finish. Why would you want it?
Well, for me, I think it's a very strong team on paper. And I said in one of the other videos, you know, that the caveat in trying to select where they would finish is the fact that, you know, you haven't seen them players yet to see how they will go. I think we would be in a much better position to do this maybe after a game or 2. But what I'll say now, based on what they have on paper, I see them as contenders for the trophy. So I see them as finalists in this edition. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that I see them on winning the...
I like that. Be brave. I like it.
Yeah, to go. Yeah, on the best answer.
When we want to cheer for us, ladies and gentlemen, finalists, top 4 finish. Yeah. Not brave enough. Come on, Matthew. The fans will want to hear a little bit more than that. I'm still going to push and poke. What do you think?
Cricket is played on the day. On the day on the field. That's where it's been played, you know.
You'll have to come back to us after a few games, and then we'll be able to give our definitive, you know, position.
I'll definitely come back to you guys with this question.
Sure.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our preview on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Just a reminder, there's a video on each team in the tournament, and you can tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th through to the 23rd of April. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome back to the Annisville. Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. And we have a revised target for you. It's 83. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they will need to get 39 more runs from 3 overs after the rain delay, Alanson.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone who is listening. And I'm seeing a graphic on the screen, but that graphic will have to change because the game has been reduced to 8 overs and the target now has been changed to 83. So as you mentioned, 39 is needed from 3 overs, so that's 18 deliveries to make 39 runs. And that means that they would need to go exactly at 13 runs and over. I think that's my math. I don't know if I am, I think I'm correct. 3 into that gives you 13. So they need to go at 13 runs and over. They have a lot of wickets in hand, so they can go quite hard, but it still puts the game in the balance. There's still hope for the Hikers, and so either team can come out victorious here.
Yes, indeed. So we have an exciting finish on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Andre Hunt is about to bowl his second over, it appears. There's some discussions there in the middle between Larry Edward and the captain and himself. But he's the man with the lone wicket for the Lasupre Hikers so far.
Yeah, he has bowled very well. He has bowled quickly. He has bowled flat and outside off stump. Well, I think definitely they would want both him and Larry Edward to bowl their full quota, because I think that probably 3 bowlers may be able to bowl 2 overs now, and 2 bowlers may be able to bowl 1.
Yes, and they've decided to change things. Larry Edward, the man that took the catch at short third man, he has been introduced into the attack instead of Andre Hunt. As it appeared as if they were about to use Andre Hunt, but they decided to use Larry Edward instead. He's the experienced man. He bowled a very economical over, and you mentioned that he's the player that has the best economy in this tournament. One would wonder, well, maybe I would have bowled him the penultimate over. However, they've decided that they need him to attack now and take wickets now and bowl a cheap over as possible.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't take a wicket, a cheap over now can be quite telling, because it will mean even if he goes for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, it means that the last 2 overs you still need more than 30 runs. So that would be quite an ask.
This one is skied. This one is high. A field is getting under it. Will he take the catch? Yes, he does. And Andre Fletcher goes. Excellent bowling change from the captain, Jahil Walters, and Larry Edward gets his man.
And we were saying this earlier, Andre Fletcher, he loves the pace bowling, but he has not been as prolific in his career against spin bowling, whether at international level or elsewhere. And you can see that there, the flatter delivery there from Larry Edward, asking him to stretch for it outside the off stump. And he was looking to go down the ground, getting a top edge, and he was caught nicely there by Ryan Williams coming in off the long off boundary. And so that's a massive wicket there for the Lasupre Hikers. And they will think now that with that wicket, they're right back in the game.
Yes, they're definitely in the driving seat, but we see Kieran Kotoy, a man with all his experience, is not going to go down without a fight, and Rashawn Primus, he's in the wicket. So this game can go either way, Alanson.
Yes, it definitely can go either way. So either team can win, but I think that wicket now would buoy the Hikers just up a little bit. But the thing is, as you mentioned, these two are more than capable, and of course, now you have a left-handed batsman who plays spin better than Fletcher, I would say, in Kotoy to face the left-arm bowling of Larry Edward.
Yes, changes in the field for Kieran Kotoy. Protection all along the ground. So have 5 fielders out as expected at this point in time. Kieran Kotoy has the wind in his favor, Alanson, so we know he'll be aiming for that mid-wicket area.
Definitely, and whether or not he had the wind in his favor, I think he still have been aiming for that direction. He would definitely be thinking mid-wicket or long on.
Quicker delivery, this one is high. Does it have the legs to break it over the boundary? Yes, it does, and this is a telling blow from Kieran Kotoy. 6 runs off the bat of Kieran Kotoy, a high run maximum.
And this is what we are talking about. This is exactly what I said when Kotoy came to the wicket, in that he will be a bit more effective against the left-arm spinner than Fletcher was. And I'm not talking here necessarily about matchup, but right and left. It's just the individual players and what they like to face.
Punch down the ground there from Kotoy. After a maximum, a single, gets the dangerous Rishon Primus on strike.
Yeah, that one was a medium pace delivery. He just pulled his length back. He was saying, there's no way you're going to hit me down the ground again. So I'm going to just pull my length back and bowl quickly into your body. So Stacey on 12.8 runs and over needed. They need 32 runs.
Quicker, flatter, 6 runs off the bat of Rishon Primus. Powerfully played there for another high run maximum in this over. And after a wicket in the first ball, the next 3 deliveries, it's gone for 13 runs. They are right on par, right on target.
And you talk about matchups, but I believe in individual matchups as opposed to right-hander, left-hander, because Primus is also a right-hander, but he has shown in his career thus far that he plays spin fairly well. He has a lot of runs against Trinidad, and he has played a lot of time in Trinidad as well.
And tries to play it inside out. A dot ball there for the last Super Hikers. But the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have taken 13 runs off this over so far, and they do have 1 more ball remaining.
And the rate was 13 and over, so they're up with the rate.
This one is hoiked to the man at long on, just a single. A good result there for the Botanical Gardens Rangers in this over. 14 runs coming off it. Taking their target to 25 off 12 balls, Allenson. Where do you see this one going?
Yeah, it's 12 and a half runs and over. I think it is still slightly in favor of the batting team because of who is at the crease. But another wicket or two will definitely swing it in favor of the Hikers. But these 2 batsmen at the crease, they have a lot of power and they have a range of strokes.
Yes, and that over from Larry Edwards, the captain would have been hoping for a more economical over from him. He picked up the wickets at the first ball, yes, but it went for 14 runs after. So good over for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. 14 runs coming off it. They need 25 off 12. And Ryan Williams is about to bowl his last over. His first over was expensive. It went for 15 runs. But this is more up his alley, Allenson. He likes to bowl in the back end of the innings for his team. He usually bowls those slower deliveries that takes the batters by surprise. So let's see what he has to offer here for his team. He's bowling to a powerful man, a powerful hitter, as we've seen previously in the over against Larry Edwards.
Yeah, and the field here, there's a man at deep mid-wicket and a long on.
Swan is hit powerfully again. A good stop there from Haywood. Just a single.
Yeah, that was a very good feeling there by Jeremy Haywood. As I was mentioning, there was a field at long on, and that was Haywood who cut off that one nicely. Awkward bounce is just maybe a couple of meters in front of him is where it bounces, and that's the worst place for it to happen because you have to show how high it will bounce after it hits the turf. So he did well to keep it down to 1.
Yes. Kieran Kotoy is now on strike, and that mid-wicket area, that onside, will be in his side, Allenson.
Yes. I mean, he'll be hitting it into the wind slightly, and there's a fairly strong wind blowing now across the ground from that direction, which would be, as you're looking at your screen now, you could see Kotoy there, you could see the clothes of the players fluttering in the wind along with the umpire. So it's quite a strong breeze.
Good delivery there. Tucking him up. Just another single, but it gets the dangerous batter back on strike.
As you were mentioning, again, you just saw 2 deliveries there from Ryan Williams, and immediately he looks more comfortable than he was looking before because he's now bowling at the death. And he's just bowling at a point where he's more comfortable, and knows what to do in that situation.
Edge, fortuitous boundary there from Russian Primus, but the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they won't mind how they get them, and that's 4 more runs to Russian Primus, who's just looking to swing everything out of the park. On that occasion, he picks up 4 runs off an edge.
Yeah, that was off the edge. It wasn't a bad delivery from Ryan Williams, but Primus will definitely take that. And I'm sure he'll keep going in this over, try to get as many as they can. Because after this, there's only 1 over remaining, so only 9 deliveries left to get the 19 runs that are required.
This one is skied in the air. The keeper calls for it. Will he take it? Yes, he does. And the dangerous Russian Primus has to go. Ryan Williams bowling at the back end for his team. An area we spoke about. This is where he steps up for his team. Wonderful bowling from the young man. Russian Primus goes.
Yes, Primus goes for 19 of 12 deliveries. And that's a very, very big wicket there. That's a wicket that may change the outcome of this game, and has the potential to do so. But again, we were mentioning the fact that Ryan Williams, he's just more comfortable bowling at this stage. He has a clear plan, and he's able to execute more often than not. But in the power play, it's as if he's not too sure which length to bowl. He's not too sure which line to bowl. And he seems under pressure immediately once he's bowling that new ball.
Yes, and he uses his change of pace really well at the back end of the innings. So, Ravindra Prasad, new man in this tournament, overseas player. They'll need all his experience there, Alanson.
Yeah, he's an all-rounder as well. Prasad. We saw another Barbadian all-rounder earlier in the form of Bryson Williams, who played well for the Divers, but wasn't able to get them over the line.
Oh, this one is swing mightily over that mid-wicket boundary. 1 ball, 6 runs. Missing his length there on that occasion. He puts his hands up. He knew that that ball was going to travel, and that's a high run maximum.
Cardinals in there, committed by Ryan Williams. He went into the pads, and it was not a Yorker delivery. It was actually a half volley on the pad. And Prasad was able to hit that quite nicely over the mid-wicket region for 6.
And to rub salt into the wound, Allenson, it's a no ball. So it's a free hit and an extra delivery. Just what the doctor ordered for the Botanical Garden Rangers. My, watch how the game have turned.
Yeah, what do you look at that? If he gets this one over the boundary again, then it's good night, Susie, as you would say.
Yes, excellent change of pace there from Ryan Williams. He needs to keep his foot behind the line.
Yeah, that's where he needs to be, there or thereabouts. They still need 12 of the last 7 deliveries. So it is not a foregone conclusion by any means, although the momentum may be more with the batting side at this stage.
2 more balls remaining in this over. 1 ball remaining, sorry. It's a good delivery to finish off. Just the one. Really good bowling. Apart from that 6, it was an excellent over from Ryan Williams, picking up that wicket. That was key. That wicket was key. And Ravindra Prasad and Kiran Kotoy, they need to get 11 more runs to win this game.
But the rain is coming down heavily now as we speak. What is going to happen here now? Because it seems the rain is going to come down heavy now. There's a change of bat or message, or okay, he's leaving his helmet. It's Kotoy. And the rain is really coming down now in droves.
Andre Hunt has the ball in hand. The question is how will he vary his pace in this over? Will he continue? Oh, unfortunately, another rain delay. The rain has gotten too heavy here at the Annisville Cricket Ground, and the umpires have decided that the cover should come on. It's unfortunate the way this game was poised. 11 more runs needed after the last over, and Andre Hunt had the ball in hand. Bowled a pretty good over, the first one. He got the wicket of Wayne Harper. the rain decided that it was time for a delay, Alanson.
Well, based on my information here from Sirs Duckworth and Lewis, we have they are on 72 for 3, and with that they would actually win the game because 70 is the pass score with 3 wickets down.
That's 6 there. That 6 that was hit really changed the complexion of this game for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. A telling blow, one might say, from Ravinsha Prasad, and added to that, it was a no ball as well. So the Botanical Gardens Rangers right now, they are sitting comfortable with 72 for 3. 1 over remains. Don't know if we'll be able to get that last over. The Hikers for sure will be hoping that we get that last over in. As we take a quick break here, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 72 for 3. At the park.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. Unfortunate scenes here as the rain continues to pour down and the news. Welcome back to the Annisville Cricket Ground. Sorry about that, we just had some technical difficulties. And unfortunate scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground as the rain continues to pour down, and with that, the Botanical Gardens Rangers are the winners of this encounter. They edged out the Lastufrey Hikers just by 2 runs. The pass score was 70 and they got to 72 just before the rain came down. So that 6 was indeed a telling blow, as we mentioned, from Ravindra Prasad and as well and Nobal. Unfortunately for the Hikers fan, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they turn out victorious in this encounter.
Yeah, we just saw a very interesting outcome here with the first day of the VPL, the Dream 11 VPL edition 5 Cricket Our Way. And tomorrow we have some interesting games. Firstly, we have the Darkview Explorers versus the Salt Pond Breakers. The Salt Pond Breakers will be quite buoyant after their win today. And they will be looking to play the Darkview Explorers in the first game tomorrow, which will be their first game for the Explorers. And the Strikers will be coming up against the Divers, who lost their first game today in the game number 2. And in this game, we had the Lastufrey Hikers scoring 105 runs, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers were in pursuit of that, but then rain curtailed the game to 8 overs and they were in pursuit of a new target of 84, and they had gotten to 72 for 3 before rain intervened yet again, and there was no more time. So the Duckwood Lewis pass score was about 70, I think 70 for 3 at that time. So they have won by 2 runs. I don't know if you would call it that, or by 7 wickets, but they were 2 runs ahead of the pass score of Duckwood Lewis, and so they are the victors in this first game. There are some nervous moments, although we're playing against a depleted Lastufrey Hikers team, and the Lastufrey Hikers will be very happy that even with most of their big names missing from this game, that they really pushed their other finalists to the edge of the game today.
Yes, they definitely competed, Alanson. We thought at one point in time they were down and out after that halfway mark. They were like 38 for 5 or so, and Rishan Lewis, he entered and he scored a brisk 44 off 16 deliveries to help his team to a total of 104. They did well to keep up with the Botanical Gardens Rangers, given the sort of batting lineup, the sort of power that they have in their batting lineup. They were able to pick up Andre Fletcher with some smart captaincy. However, that over that Larry Edward bowled, although he picked up that wicket, he went for 14 runs. Ryan Williams, he came in, he picked up that wicket, but he also went for, I think, about 12 runs or so in his over, and that 6 that was hit from off the bat of Ravindra Prasad basically cemented the victory for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, getting them above that pass score, taking them to 72 for 3. Eventually, they were victorious in this match.
All right, so we will be back here tomorrow with the next 2 games, and we will be going 2 games tomorrow, match 2 and match 3. Match 3 and match 4, sorry. They come very thick and fast here at the Annisville playing field in this VPL tournament from April 10th to the 23rd. And so 2 games tomorrow. We're looking forward to that game, those 2 games tomorrow, Stacey.
Yes, indeed, so Alanson. The tournament definitely has started with a bang. So we look forward to seeing you. Well, join us tomorrow. We'll be back here at the Annisville Cricket Ground as we sign off here today of day one of the VPL5 Cricket Our Way.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.